Seja bem-vindo, torcedor da Porsche Cup, ao Autódromo de Interlagos, um fim de semana de festa da Porsche Fest, a celebração dos 75 anos de sucesso da Porsche em todo o mundo. Uma data, uma marca.
Hello and welcome to Interlagos, where we are going to start watching now the last race of the 2023 Porsche Endurance Cup Brasil Championship, a race that will have 500 kilometers, 117 laps, or 4 hours and 15 minutes. Temperature is 33 degrees Celsius. The track has 44 degrees Celsius, so it's very tough conditions for this race, this endurance race, as we see the images of Interlagos. This is the grand finale of the 2023 season after 6 rounds of the Porsche Cup Sprint Championship and after the first 2 rounds of the Porsche Cup Endurance Championship. Now we'll have this very nice race, this traditional race always held at the end of the year that ends up with a big party for the Porsche Cup Brasil. You are going to watch this race with me, Sergio Lago, and with Carlos Costa. Hello, Carlos.
Hi, Sergio. Very big pleasure to be here with you to broadcast one more round of the Brazilian Porsche Cup Series. As you said, the final event of the Endurance Championship in this 2023 season. Very special year for Porsche Brazil. We had the conclusion of the Sprint Championship 2 weeks ago as a support event of the Interlagos Formula 1 Grand Prix, and now one more time the 500 kilometers race of Interlagos. Let's hear our pit reporters.
Esperando a formação de grid, não tô sozinha mais uma vez, assim como ontem, tem o Rodolfo Santos aqui comigo, que vai me ajudar nessa cobertura, trazendo muitas informações técnicas também. O que a gente pode falar, eles estão falando, tá quente pra caramba. Vocês estão aí no ar-condicionado, a gente aqui sabe de verdade o que tá quente, né, Rodolfo?
Tá abafado, tá bem abafado, e vai ser interessante ver o começo da corrida, porque se eles forçarem muito o pneu agora, com esse calor que tá, vai ter um problema, que esse pneu tem que chegar até 19 voltas no ritmo bom. Então, se forçar demais, vai ter uma queda considerável no tempo.
É isso, né? Corrida de endurance é a estratégia e administração dos pneus, Rodolfo. Isso é fundamental para eles.
Eles têm 4 jogos para usar durante a corrida, sendo que são 6 stints. Então, eles vão precisar repetir 2 jogos. Vai ser no início ou no final. Aí cada equipe faz sua estratégia.
É isso. Como são 4 horas e 15, é muito tempo de corrida, 500 quilômetros, a gente vai estar aqui mostrando tudo que vai estar acontecendo em tempo real para vocês. Então, podem contar com a gente.
Yeah, we heard there from Renata Diniz and Rodolfo Santos, our pit reporters. Rodolfo brought us interesting information about the set of tires that the drivers can use per car. Of course, each car can use 4 sets of tires, and we have 6 stints. So one of the sets will be used for more than 1 stint, and of course, tire degradation will be an issue, especially in such a hot condition as we saw, 44 degrees Celsius the track temperature. So this management of the tires will be very important in the race.
Que além da nossa corrida, tá rolando o Porsche Fest, então a gente pode, na verdade, ficar para a festa depois, né? Vai ter a cerimônia de premiação, então a gente pode ficar aqui para curtir a festa que vai rolar com muitos shows também.
Yeah, and Renata remembering that we have the party after the 500 kilometers race, so a lot of music shows and so on right after the ceremony of the podiums, and that's entertainment for all of the family that is, of course, in the stands cheering for the drivers and so on. So very nice to be at Interlagos in this evening, even though it's quite hot, Sergio.
Exactly, it's been very hot in São Paulo. And Carlos, I don't want to jinx it, but there is you know, some say there will be very heavy winds at the end of the afternoon, in São Paulo. So we hope this does not affect our race. Let's listen to this clip.
Endurance Challenge. A categoria está de volta a Interlagos para a última etapa do campeonato. Desta vez serão 500 quilômetros de prova, com duração máxima de 4 horas e meia. Por se tratar da corrida mais longa do calendário, é também a que oferece a maior pontuação. São 96 pontos em jogo, o que deixa a disputa totalmente em aberto. A vitória em Termas de Rio Hondo, na Argentina, deu a liderança do campeonato à dupla formada por Marçal Miller e Enzo Elias. Eles têm 146 pontos. Vencedores na etapa de abertura da temporada em Interlagos, Werner Neugbauer e Ricardo Zonta aparecem em segundo lugar, com 126. A terceira posição é dos estreantes Fefo Barrichello e Dudu Barrichello, filhos do ex-piloto de Fórmula 1, Rubens Barrichello. Os irmãos somam 117 pontos, depois de uma exibição espetacular que valeu o segundo lugar na Argentina. Alceu Feldman e Guilherme Salas com 106 pontos e Miguel Paludo e Alan Hellmeister com 94 também continuam na briga. A corrida de 500 quilômetros em Interlagos permite que os pilotos se inscrevam em duplas ou em trios. Serão 5 pitstops obrigatórios para troca de pneus e reabastecimento, além do revezamento entre os pilotos, o que exige muito domínio de estratégia. Pela classe Challenge, a liderança do campeonato está nas mãos de Sadak Leite e Fábio Carboni, com 142 pontos. Célio Brasil e Danilo Dirani estão em segundo com 116 e Giuliano Bertuccelli e Pietro Rimbano aparecem na sequência com 112. E aí, para quem vai a sua torcida? Fique ligado na decisão da Porsche Cup C6 Bank Mastercard Endurance Challenge.
Yeah, just a quick recap of the rules of the race and also of the championship. We see there the championship standings. Enzo Elias and Marçal Miller, as Sergio said, leading the way, 142 points for them. Ricardo Zonta and Werner Neugbauer, 126. Zonta and Neugbauer won the first round of the Endurance Championship in 2023, also in Interlagos, but in a 300 kilometers race. Enzo Elias and Marçal Miller won in Termas de Rio Hondo in also a 300 kilometers race, but now it's 500 kilometers race and 96 points for the winner. Apart from them, we have Eduardo Barrichello and Fernando Barrichello, both of the Barrichello brothers, kids of Rubens, former F1 driver, with 117 points, just ahead of Alceu Feldman and Guilherme Salas that have 106 points, and Alan Hellmeister and Miguel Paludo, they have 94 points. So that's the top 5 of the championship standings in the Carrera Championship, and now the Challenge Championship, as you see in the screen, 142 points for Sadak Leite. Then we have Célio Brasil and Danilo Girani, 116 points. Giuliano Bertuccelli, that has been crowned champion of the Porsche Sprint Trophy Championship earlier today, is third in the standings alongside Pietro Rimbano with 112 points. So interesting situation also in the Challenge Championship. And the explanation that we also have trios in this race, so the strategy will be important for all of kinds of lineups, duos of drivers or trio of drivers, as we see the part of the track in which we'll have the festival right after the 500 kilometers race. And of course, in these trios, we have some guest drivers such as Christian Fittipaldi, that is competing in the Challenge Championship, and Gabriel Casagrande, for example, competing in the Carrera Championship, as does Caio Collet, the Brazilian driver that races in Formula 3 in the last couple of years, Sergio.
Yeah, exactly. And there will be 5 mandatory pit stops during the endurance races that were 3 hours max. We had 300 kilometers. I would say that were 300 kilometers. We had 3 mandatory pit stops. But in this race, it's 5 mandatory pit stops. And we have to remember also that there are points distributed halfway the race, a rule that is making a big difference. One of the results might be discarded among there. So there are 6 punctuations in the middle of the race, at the end of the race, times 3. So one result is discarded at the end of the year. So of course, Carlos, we see the pole position, Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias is starting as heavy favorites, as much as because they are two fast, very fast drivers. Enzo Elias was last year champion in the Porsche Cup Sprint Championship, and Marcel Miller was his runner-up last year. So they are very strong drivers, but things can, we know it's racing, things can happen, a puncture, some other problem, and nothing is guaranteed. And very interesting, Carlos, I would say it's the presence of the Barrichello brothers, sons of Rubens Barrichello. And it seems to me that sometimes Rubens Barrichello pays more attention to them than to himself. I don't blame him at all, but it will be very interesting. He's always looking forward to his sons, and they start third in the championship. So it's a very, very good position for them, Carlos. And they start a little bit behind in the grid, and they start in
E eu tô muito bem acompanhada, viu? Eu estou com a dupla que vai puxar o pelotão dos 500 quilômetros aqui de Interlagos. Enzo Elias, Marcel Miller. E olha, eu fiquei devendo uma coisa para eles ontem. Olha o que eles ganharam. O troféu móvel, pole position, Enzo Elias, o seu. Marcel Miller, o seu. Até porque é um trabalho em equipe para conquistar essa pole no quali, certo?
Com certeza. A gente fez um trabalho em conjunto muito bom aí, desde os treinos opcionais, nos treinos livres, para conseguir essa pole aí. Agora temos 500 km pela frente, prova longa, focar na estratégia aí com foco total no campeonato.
Boa. E uma das estratégias que a gente já começa é na largada, e a gente quer saber, Enzo Elias, quem vai largar?
Quem será?
Conta!
Quem será que vai largar? Eu vou deixar a surpresa para a volta de apresentação, mas muito feliz em conseguir mais uma pole position. Como eu falei ontem, é um passo importante, muita coisa para acontecer, mas é um passo importante. E esse daqui vai ser com muito carinho guardado na estante da Dona Indianara, minha mãe, que ontem foi aniversário dela.
Beijo pra você, querida.
Mãe, te amo. Obrigado por tudo que você faz. Esse daí vai pra você e espero poder fechar com chave de ouro hoje. Eu e o Marcel vamos fazer de tudo possível e o impossível para poder levar essa vitória hoje. É óbvio que vai ser uma corrida dura, mas vai ser legal.
Vou aproveitar, Indy, um beijo pra você, minha querida, tá fazendo falta aqui. E o Enzo Elias é isso, né, que eu conheço lá do comecinho aqui na Porsche Cup. Ele rodou, me deu um baile, me deu volta e não me respondeu. Então já que eles não vão... Não, e sabe o que o Luc brincou, como que falou? Eu acho que é esse loirinho que vai largar aí. Aí ele me ferra, né? Bom, enfim, a loira que demora pra pegar a piada, né? Mas tá tudo bem. Vamos lá, deixa eu só falar uma coisa. Se você não quer me contar quem vai largar, existe uma preocupação pra saber quem vai largar nesse carro verde aqui de trás? Você tá de olho ali? Como é que é?
Eu acho que o nosso foco principal está no nosso carro, de nós fazer uma boa prova, fazer uma largada limpa, manter um bom ritmo, não se envolver em acidente, que acho que o resto se encaixa.
Boa. Estão muito centrados aqui, viu? Boa corrida para vocês, parabéns pela pole position. Luc, com você aí.
We heard from Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias, the pole sitters. First, Marcel highlighting the whole collective job done by him, Enzo as well, but also the pit crew, mechanics, engineers, and so on, eventually claiming pole position. Enzo Elias highlighting how important it is to start ahead of the pack, even though there's a 500 kilometers race ahead of them. So they cannot take anything for granted, as Sergio explained, and Enzo Elias actually dedicated the trophy of the pole position to his mother that was celebrating her birthday yesterday. So that's pretty much it. And in the final part of the interview, Renata Diniz asked Marcel Miller about their concern regarding who will start the race in the car right behind. That is the car from Werner Neubauer and Ricardo Zonta, their main title rivals. Miller said that they are focused on themselves, and both Marcel and Enzo didn't tell who is starting the race. Apparently, Ricardo Zonta will start the race for car number 8.
Yeah, we see Ricardo Zonta there. that will probably be the driver of number 8. And we will have 35 Porsches competing in this race, 25 for the Carrera Cup Championship, and 10 for the Challenge Championship, for the Sprint Challenge Championship. Of course, we have between them the Sport Class and the Rookie Class. This is the CEO for Porsche Cup Brasil, Denner Pires.
Evento gigantesco, Denner, cada vez maior.
Não, é verdade. Estamos muito felizes, né, em encerrar o campeonato nesse nível, né? Várias equipes com chance de ser campeões da Endurance. A festa também, como você falou, tá linda, tá grande. 75 anos de Porsche. Nada melhor do que celebrar isso numa pista, né, que é o DNA dessa marca. Então, estamos muito felizes.
Obrigada, Denner. Luc, com você aí.
Yeah, quick but nice chat there with Denner Pires, as Sergio said, CEO of Porsche Cup Brasil. He highlighted the fact that the brand is celebrating 75 years, so the best way to do so is to have a good race. He highlighted the fact that we have a lot of title contenders still in this endurance championship and a lot of public in the stands, as Renata Diniz mentioned it. Denner Pires, of course, celebrating the attendance of the public, and we see a lot of people in the stands indeed. So very nice to see a good public for this 500 kilometers race, and I believe there is still a lot of people arriving in the track because we have the scheduled race start for a little bit less than 15 minutes from now. So it will be a nice party, to say the least, Sergio.
Yeah, this is the VIP area. That's where the sponsors receive their guests. So it's always a very nice area to be. And that image was really cool, Carlos, because it's giving a very terrible view of what's in there. This is right on top of the boxes where the cars are. So it's very interesting there. We saw first the stands for the general public, and then this VIP area. And I never felt tired, Carlos, of watching this image of the cars aligned in Interlagos. It's such a beautiful view because it's a little bit in up, then it goes down. Let's listen to the Brazilian national anthem. So this was the Brazilian national anthem. So now, Carlos, all is ready. The final ceremonies are done now, and now we wait for the drivers to go into their cars and start their races. So it's a very important moment. The start of the race is always a very tense moment, and we have to remember it's total 35 cars competing in the starting grid, and it's a marathon, 500 kilometers or up to 4 hours and 15 minutes with 5 mandatory pit stops, and that is, as it was said before, that to make 6 stints. So the cars with 2 drivers, that are most of them have 2 drivers and not 3, each driver will have to do 3 stints, because the rules now, Carlos, they don't allow one driver to drive most of the time. Pretty much they have to share the driving, because before what we saw is the Pro-Am drivers driving just the minimum, a very minimum, with the professional that share the cars with them driving a lot. So now Porsche changed these rules, Porsche Brasil, and it's pretty much even the time, the amount of time that each driver will have inside the car.
Which is a good thing. We don't want, of course, any guest driver driving more time than the regular driver, because then it alters the order of forces there. And of course, one stint can be a little bit longer than the other. And in this context, pro drivers can race a bit more, but just a bit more, and in a balanced way throughout the whole grid. So I think that's very fair and a good measure by the Porsche Cup Brasil organizers. As we see drivers preparing to hit the track, we see there Armandarovic, Franco Giaffoni, Ruben's teammate, walking with the green overall of Marte, that is the sponsor there. The strategy will be very important, as we have been highlighting. Rodolfo Santos, our pit reporter, also highlighted that they must do a good management of the tires. Let's see the grid.
So there we had the first 4, then we have in the 3rd row, Werner Neugebauer, Ricardo Zonta, Peter Ferte and Diego Nunes, actually in the 2nd row. The 3rd row will have Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister, Francisco Horta and William Freire. Then Giorgio Frangulli, Cesar Ramos, alongside Du Menossi, Pedro Boesel and Gabriel Casagrande. Very strong team, this team there. Then in the 5th row, let's see, we have Franco Giaffoni and Ruben Barrichello, and then Lineu Pires, Beto Grassi and Christian Hahn, another strong trio there in the 888. Then we have the Barrichello brothers. We start right behind their father, Nelson Monteiro, Nicolas Costa and Gaetano Di Mauro alongside them. Feldman and Guilherme Salas are in the 7th row alongside Rodrigo Melo, and then Imandarowicz, Mauricio Zanon, and then we have Marcelo Hahn and Alan Kodair in the 8th row. Behind them, we will have Nelson Marcondes and Luiz Razia, alongside Josimar Júnior and Sergio Ramalho. After them, we have Roman Zinkiewicz, Nelson Piquet Jr., Edu Guedes, Renan Pizzi, and Caio Collet. It says Bolé there, but it's Collet with a C. Then Leonardo Sanchez, Attila Abreu, and Vitor Meira. And look who is there, Paulo Souza, Garido Osman, Bia Figueiredo, one of the 2 female drivers competing in this race. Marco Pisani, Renan Guerra, and André Moraes Jr., alongside Nasser Abultaif, Gabriel Hogue, and Sang Hokin, and then Piero Cifali, André Bragantini, and Gianluca Pentekoff, alongside Sadak Leite and Fabio Carboni. And then we have Israel Salman, Rafael Martins, and there is the other female driver, Antonella Bassani, starting in the 14th row, alongside Danilo Dirani and Célio Brasil. Very strong team. Paulo Totaro, Matheus Roque, and Felipe Batista are in the 15th row alongside Christian Moore, Gerson Campos, and Miguel Mariotti. Then we have Luiz Landi, Bruno Xavier, and Luiz Souza there. And then in the 17th row, Bertuccelli, Rimbano, Taurissano. Then Eric Santos, João Gonçalves, and Christian Fittipaldi. And there we should have one more. Last but not least, Ramon Alcaraz and Márcio Mauro, starting from the very end of the pack, Carlos.
Yeah, we see the 3-minute sign there. Just to mention, 25 cars of the Carrera Championship, 10 cars of the Challenge Championship. So the pole sitters for the Challenge Championship are Sadaki Leite and his teammate Fabio Carboni. Good expectation for the race. We also saw the informations regarding the duos and the trios. As we explained, some of the lineups are composed by 3 drivers. Of course, interesting to highlight Bia Figueiredo, as Sergio did, but also Vitor Meira, another former IndyCar driver that is participating in this event. So a lot of guest drivers that are very well known internationally, and of course, apart from them, the regulars of Porsche Brazil. So it will be very nice to watch, definitely. And I was going to talk about the tire strategy before the grid. Important to mention the information that was brought by our pit reporter Rodolfo Santos about that
Não é
19
não, eu
laps.
estou aqui ao lado, estou vendo os olhinhos de Alan Hellmeister. É exatamente isso que eu estou fazendo aqui. É exatamente o que eu estou fazendo aqui. Já vi que no carro do Werner e do Zonta é o Zonta. Estou de olho exatamente nisso, Luque.
Yeah, she confirms that Zonta will start for car number 8, and she's trying to get more information about other starters in this 500 kilometers race. And 19 laps is an important measure because from 19 laps onwards, you can do the pit stop. So if you degrade your tires before that, then the situation will be very difficult.
Yeah, and they start with their strongest driver, car number 8, fighting for the championship. Problem is not that Vernon Neugebauer is not a strong driver, but Ricardo Zonta, of course, is a stronger driver there. But problem is for them that the drivers for the Porsche 544, they are both very strong, Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias. So it will be tough to beat them as we approach the very start of the race, or at least the formation laps, the warming up laps, and then we will have the race in Interlagos, the last race of the year. So
One minute.
1 minute, yes.
And what a beautiful grid. Look at that.
Yeah. No, that's what I like to see this grid, because it's downhill and then uphill, and then there is another downhill. So going to the S of Senna, pretty much it's not a slight downhill maybe, but anyway, we're going to the S of Senna where there is a downhill. Definitely a huge downhill in the S of Senna, which is the first turn. So that's very interesting, really. The circuit 1 minute we see there, and soon we will have the warming up laps for these cars. Again, it's 35 Porsches competing as we get 30 seconds. So the safety car will hit the track, starts racing already. So racing, it starts moving already, not racing. The safety car is not supposed to race. And there again, see the public, this part of the ends up lots of people watching cars, which is very, very nice. Look at that. It's really nice to see that in this warm day of November in Interlagos.
Yeah, especially when we have the risk of heavy rains and so on. We hope, that it's not the case, especially because of the strong winds that may impact the race apart from the rain itself. But anyway, a nice presence of the public, and something happened there. We saw a bit of smoke there. I hope that's not something that will prevent any car to start the race. But anyway, apparently everything okay right now.
Yes, and if you watch the Formula One race here, there was it was during the qualifying session, right? Because for the main race on Friday, where we had this very, very dark cloud, the strong winds, and we could see it live here. So we hope it doesn't happen again. There we see the temperature is 32 degrees Celsius, which is very hot, 43 degrees Celsius on the track with 32% of humidity. So, and winds are 22 kilometers per hour. It's not really strong, but it's not like a light wind at all. So let's wait and see. This is a beautiful aerial view of Interlagos. As we see the cars, they will approach for the beginning of the race. And there we are. They are already getting aligned. The car on the right side of your image is Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias, is the car 544, the car for the pole position. The green and orange car is the Porsche from Lucas Salles and Ricardo Suzuki. And then in the second row, behind Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias, you have Werner Neugebauer and Ricardo Zonta. Zonta is driving that car that we know. And then we have Peter Ferter and Diego Nunes is starting right behind the Porsche number 70. So all is ready for the beginning of the race. As we wait there, let's wait for the very start. The cars are ready to start. The red lights are on, and we have to the right side again, it's pole position. It's Werner Neugebauer, it's Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias as they approach to the S of Senna, and apparently car number 544 keeps the first position. Yes, it keeps the first position, and then we have right behind it a clean start of the race, Carlos, very, very, very clean, where we see the 544 keeping the first position, and we see behind them the number 70, and then Porsche number 8 in the third position. So that was how the race, those are the positions of the beginning of the race.
Yeah, that's it. A good start from car number 544. It started in the inside line ahead of the apex of the first leg of the Senna S, so car number 544 was able to stay ahead of the pack, even though Lucas Salles tried to attack through the outside. But anyway, the advantage of the line was for Milan and Enzo Elias, Lucas Salles and Rafael Suzuki, as you said, in the car number 70, and Werner Neugebauer tried to charge a bit, but actually was under charge from the car right behind number 56, and then it's actually Ricardo Zonta, not Werner Neugebauer. Important to remember. Werner will do the following stint, and now Lucas and Rafael Suzuki's car on the charge already.
Yeah, Marcel Miller is driving the 544. Suzuki is driving the number 70, and look at Suzuki trying to attack Marcel Miller. Marcel Miller keeps the first position. Wow, that's an incredible start. Then we see Ricardo Zonta in third. Then we have Peter Ferter in the Porsche number 56 in the fourth position. And then Alan Hellmeister started in the Porsche number 7. We see that's that red Porsche in the fifth position. Then we have Francisco Horta behind it. Look at Alan Hellmeister trying to attack Peter Ferter, not able to. This is the battle for the fourth position. And behind them, we see other battles going on a little bit behind. Look at Suzuki. Suzuki on the inside over Marcel Miller. Change of first position. Ricardo Suzuki, very strong start for him, Carlos. He was very assertive there, and Marcel Miller couldn't do anything to avoid being overtaken.
Yeah, Suzuki is a very experienced driver, and of course has been driving in the Stock Car Pro Series for quite a while. Also this year competing in TCR South America, so definitely a pro driver and a good partner to Lucas Salles. That is actually his client, let's put it that way, because Suzuki is the driver coach for Salles. Now he has to open a good gap, of course, managing his tires as much as he can, and then he will give the car to Salles in a good condition, and Paludo on the charge right now.
Actually, it's Alan Hellmeister there, Carlos, in the Porsche number 7, and Hellmeister gets the fourth position. Apparently, he has the inside position going to the S of Senna. It looks he's going to get the position, and yes, Alan Hellmeister is fourth position with Peter Ferter falling for the fifth position.
Yeah, that's it. Alan Hellmeister, pardon me. And Peter Vetter is currently driving car number 56. So that's an overtaking maneuver that we could expect. Hellmeister, also a pro driver. Peter Vetter is a gentleman driver alongside Diego Nunes, and now one more position lost.
Yeah, it's Casagrande, Gabriel Casagrande coming there, and Gabriel Casagrande gets the 5th position from Peter Vetter, and behind them they have Francisco Horta and Giorgio Frangulis. Oh, look at that. Problems. Is that the 25? No, I couldn't see exactly.
I think so.
But he lost all the positions.
Let's wait and see. But I think that's car number 25.
If it's 25, it's Paulo Souza. Yes, it's Paulo Souza. It's driving the Porsche number 25. And now Miguel Paludo, Alan Hellmeister, Carlos, is approaching Ricardo Zonta in the battle for 3rd position. There we see them. It's Ricardo Zonta in the Porsche number 8 and Alan Hellmeister in the Porsche number 7. We saw, Carlos, in Termas de Rio Hondo, this car number 7 ended up involved in an accident and didn't finish well, and Alan Hellmeister gets the 3rd position. Beautiful maneuver again by Alan Hellmeister, and now he's going to try to approach to Marcel Miller, who is 2nd position. Let's see if he's able to, and there comes Gabriel Casagrande to get the position, or try to get the position from Ricardo Zonta. Gabriel Casagrande on the outside. We have yet another incident there. Oh,
A touch.
Clearly a touch there. And
Cars number 45, currently being driven by Paulo Totaro, and I believe Israel Salman ahead in the 1-3.
Yeah, it's Israel Salman, exactly. I was looking here to see who was the driver in the 133 car. That is Israel Salman.
And we had another incident there, but not a major one, in the inner part of the track, in the slowest section of the circuit. Sorry. Now Gabriel Casagrande on the charge. That's a very nice fight, Sergio.
Yes, Gabriel Casagrande is in the 4th position. Ricardo Zonta is in 3rd. Actually, they are 4th and 5th, pardon me. This is 4th for car number 8 and 5th for car number Porsche number 85. This is the battle for 4th position, goes on the outside. Look at Casagrande. He's being very aggressive there, trying to go on the outside. He's not able to get the position. And a little bit behind them, we see Peter Vetter, who is still ahead of Francisco Horta and Giorgio Frangulis.
Yeah, and if Peter Vetter is able to stay there for quite a while, that's a good situation for him, given the fact that he will give the car to Diego Nunes, that is a more accomplished driver, a pro competitor. And now, once more, Casagrande very close to Zonta, but it seems that Zonta is being able to close the door. Anyway, a lot of time being lost by Ricardo Zonta, especially in the comparison with Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller. Of course, car number 544, currently being driven by Marcel Miller, lost the lead position to Rafael Suzuki, but their fight is against Neugbauer and Zonta, and when Neugbauer has the car in the following stint, probably he will have a very difficult life ahead of his turn in the car.
Yes, an update on car number 111, because we called the attention for this car. They are 3rd in the championship from the Barrichello brothers. It's currently in the 13th position. So they didn't have a very good start. Currently, Fefo Barrichello, the younger son of Rubens Barrichello, is driving the car. So after him, there will be Dudu Barrichello, Fefo Barrichello, who had a actually lost 1 position. Now they went to 14th, Fefo Barrichello, Carlos, and he had a very heavy accident during free practice. So that was, Rubens got very scared with the accident, but everything is okay. But he got very sore, and so that might be, you know, that's certainly not helping him during this race.
Yeah, especially in an endurance race, so he's not 100% fit for the 500 kilometers dispute that we have this afternoon. And Eduardo Barrichello will have to compensate a bit. And of course, we have to praise what FIFO is doing already, even though he's struggling a bit, certainly with a bit of pain, especially in the leg. He injured his leg a bit, even though he's fit enough to drive. So in a safe condition, but not that competitive.
Good battles in area, battles all along. Rafael Suzuki, I was saying Ricardo before. Rafael Suzuki leads the race right now. He has 2.5 seconds. He's ahead of Marcel Miller, so it's a very strong start for Suzuki. He's a proven winner, and he races with regular driver of the series, Lucas Salles. And that was the car from Fefo Barrichello, that Porsche number 111 there, that we see is in another battle there, and he already lost 3 positions after the start of the race. So it's definitely not a very good stint for Fefo Barrichello up to this moment.
Yeah, not at all. But anyway, we have to praise their season already, especially considering what they did in Termas de Gironda, the second round of the season. Second, P2 finish for them in a very, very good performance. Also from Fefo Barrichello, as you said, he's the younger brother, still starting his career in Formula 4. So for him, it's quite tricky adaptation to a heavier car, not a single-seater. Eduardo Barrichello is now a little bit more used to these heavier cars because he races in the Stock Car Pro Series. And now we have the first pit, maybe an issue with the car, let's see. But this incident is not involving the car that is going to the pits, I think.
Yeah, it's not a regular pit stop for sure. And the driver there is Gerson Campos. Yeah, these drivers are going slightly off track there. They have room for maneuver. And look at that, Alan Hellmeister right now is very close, is getting closer and closer to the second place, Marcel Miller. So that's a good advance for Alan Hellmeister in this beginning of the race. He races with regular series driver Miguel Paludo. Miguel Paludo will go for the second stint.
That's a competitive duo of drivers. Alan Hellmeister, we have been seeing that he is fast and, of course, an accomplished professional in motorsport. And Miguel Paludo, 7-time champion of the series, guy that races from time to time in the NASCAR Xfinity series. So definitely one of the most accomplished drivers of the series when we think about the regular ones. I'm not considering here like guys such as Rubens Barrichello, Nelson Piquet Jr., and all of the rest of the guest drivers. But anyway, Sergio, just to talk a bit about the beginning of the race, quite clean start, an interesting situation there for Rafael Suzuki, as we have been highlighting. Fierce battle for Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister. Hellmeister currently driving a car, as you explained, and Zonta is struggling a bit, even though, of course, there's still a lot to come in this race. So let's wait and see what this duo of drivers is able to do.
Yeah, we saw there the 888 is being driven by Linneu Pires a while back, because we saw Porsche number 29. He got already 4 positions. He's being driven by Thiago Vivacqua, who races with regular Porsche Cup driver Rodrigo Melo. And there we see again the battle for second place. So Alan Hellmeister got really close to Marcel Miller, but so far he's not being able to overtake him. And the car number 7, it has this special paint scheme that commemorates 70 years of Brempt. which is the sponsor, has been the sponsor for Miguel Paludo for a long time now, and they sponsor Miguel Paludo in the series. So it's an American brand that has branches in Brazil too. So they are commemorating 70 years.
What a fight there. 5 cars close to each other in a moment. We had 3 cars side by side. Car number 87, 27, 22 actually as well, and 29. And this mix in between, I believe, who is ahead there in that green car?
It's Lineu Pires, 88. I believe it's Lineu Pires who is ahead of this pack.
Yeah, that's him. Lineu Pires currently in the car number 888. He is partnered with Beto Gressi and Christian Han. In the car number 87, we have Gaetano de Mauro, and that's car number 27, not 22, currently being driven by Sergio Ramalho. Car number 29, as Sergio explained, driven by Thiago Vivacqua, Rodrigo Melo's teammate in this 500 kilometers race, and Hellmeister trying to catch up, but Marcel Miller knows how to be defensive in his approach to the corners as well.
Yeah, his defense has been very, very good. And with this, Carlos, Rafael Suzuki is already over 4 seconds ahead of them. So it's a huge gap. And then in 4th place, there we see Ricardo Zonta, behind him Gabriel Casagrande. That's another situation he was not able to overtake. And now we have also Francisco Horta trying to overtake Peter Ferter, but he was not able to. Peter Ferter, I would say, Carlos, it's been a good surprise. He's having a very good season. And there we see number 3 there. That's being driven by Franco Giaffoni. That's the light yellow Porsche there. Franco Giaffoni is in the middle of this battle over there.
Yeah, Giaffoni, Rubens Barrichello teammate for this endurance 2023 season of Porsche Brazil. Highlight there once more, and interesting to see Rafael Suzuki's situation so far. Of course, he's a more accomplished driver than Lucas Salles, but we have been seeing from the Sprint Championship that Salles is very fast. He has been the sport class champion in the Sprint Championship, and of course, they didn't have luck in this endurance championship, retirement in the first race, so that their standing situation isn't that good. And now Hellmeister once more trying to overtake.
Marcel Miller defends the inside position, so that makes difficult for Alan Hellmeister. He gets there really, really close. Let's see if he's able now. There is another spot that he can try to overtake, and I'm sure he's trying to prepare for that. It's the end, at the end of this straight. He goes on the outside again. Marcel Miller is defending himself very, very well, Carlos, I would say. And the car number 199 was penalized because the incident with the car number 25. Nelson Marcondes is driving the 199, and he's currently in the 17th position, but he'll have to make a drive-through.
Yeah, he hit car number 25, now being driven by Luis Souza, I believe. So that wasn't Paulo Souza, sorry. That wasn't good at all, and then the stewards had to act, and of course drive-through penalty is a quite heavy penalty, but in a 500 kilometers race it's not as harsh as it would be in a sprint race. But anyway, penalty given, and now once more Miller and Hellmeister will approach the main straight. So let's see if finally Hellmeister is able to overtake, even though we have now the replay of another incident. That's it. Marcondes touching the back of Paulo Souza's car.
Exactly. And now we start the straight. Let's see. Alan Hellmeister goes on the outside, but let's see. Once again, Marcel Miller defends the inside. Alan Hellmeister will try here, and look at the defense of Marcel Miller. Alan Hellmeister had to lift the throttle, and number 45 also was penalized for the incident with 133. Let me see who is driving the 45 here.
Paulo Totaro, I believe, sir.
Totaro.
Yeah, that's a replay of the incident. Paulo Totaro touching the back of Israel Salman's car. Definitely not on purpose, but anyway, they couldn't not penalize.
Yeah, so two incidents in the back of the pack, or closer to the back of the pack. We see again number 29 of Thiago Vivacqua. He is in the 11th position. He's a little bit separated from the other cars now. And this is Peter Ferter trying to defend, still trying to defend himself from Francisco Horta. And behind them, a little bit behind, there is a gap there. We see Lineu Pires with the green Porsche there, the light green Porsche there. It's Lineu Pires. At this point, Carlos, Nelson Piquet already got 8 positions. He started the race in the Porsche number 8. He partners with Roman Zinkevich. Oh, look at that. He partners with
Informação do carro do Gerson Campos, parece que ele teve toque e esse toque teria vazamento de água no radiador.
Sadak Leighton, who is the leader in the Challenge Championship. And look at that. Alan Hellmeister is already ahead of Marcel Miller. So Alan Hellmeister is second place in the race right now after 12 laps. In the 12th lap, actually, he is ahead. He's second place. He's very, very far behind Rafael Suzuki at this point. It's over 7 seconds, but let's wait and see what he can do to try to approach to the leader of the race.
Yeah, actually, I think Marcel Miller lost too much time defending position against Alan Hellmeister, because we have to remember that his fight isn't against Hellmeister. Of course, car number 7 still has chances in terms of math of clinching his title, but the main rival is car number 8 that is right behind. And we have to remember that Zonta had lost a bit of ground, and now he's already in Miller's tail. So let's see if Miller will be able to deliver the car to Enzo Elias, still ahead of their rivals there. Currently, car number 8 being driven by Zonta, but Zonta is under pressure as well.
Yeah, car number 7 also has mathematical chances of winning the title, but you have to count on problems for the other drivers. It's not like finishing 2, 3, 4, 5 positions ahead of them. It has to finish lots of positions ahead of, for example, the 544 and the number 8, and as well the 111. So it's a tough battle for them, but of course they are going to try. And there we have again there the 66, which is the car from Sadak Leite and Fabio Carboni, which is being driven by Sadak Leite.
And previously, Sergio, we saw a moment there in which Rafael Suzuki almost lost control of his car right after the Sina S is ahead of the lake corner, as we call here in Brazil. And nice fight there, but Suzuki apparently trying to open the biggest gap possible before delivering the car to Luca Sadi. So maybe aiming a race win. They don't have title chances anymore, so finishing the season winning the 500 kilometers race of Interlagos would be very nice, and they have nothing to lose.
Okay. Nelson Marque acabou de cumprir o drive-thru, passando pelos boxes aqui.
Yeah, Renata Diniz informing that Nelson Marcondes already paid his drive-thru penalty.
There he is. There he is returning to the track. Right ahead of this battle there. With, that's the battle, let me see here. Of Lineu Pires there. It's Lineu Pires with Gaetano behind him. And they overtook Francisco Horta.
That's it.
Francisco Horta, who was behind Peter Ferter, lost position. So now Peter Ferter has a little bit of a gap behind him, but he sure will have to pay attention for that, because the other cars are charging to try to get to him.
And I think Sergio Ramalho also passed Francisco Horta.
So probably there is a problem with Francisco Horta, Carlos. I would say, you know, because you don't lose so many
My
positions.
goodness. Drive-through penalty for car number 45. He paid the drive-through penalty, but speeded in the pit, so another drive-through penalty. And is that Sadaki Leite? My goodness, no, that's car number 14.
No. It's 14 is the car for Luis Landi and Bruno Xavier.
Yeah, in the moment being driven by Luis Landi. So not the car of the title favorites. And yeah, completely lost the back end of the car ahead of the Senna S's.
All by himself.
Yeah, probably a good picture for the guy that was quite close there.
Yeah. That I could do myself, Carlos. There you see this other battle going on. It's Peter Ferter being pressured by Lineu Pires. Lineu Pires on the outside will try to get the sixth position from Peter Ferter. Behind them, we have Gaetano de Mauro. On the outside, Peter Ferter defends himself. Lineu Pires tries to get the inside. He loses ground there. That's a very nice battle there. Number 27, Sergio Ramalho, actually. We have the 87 here, which is Gaetano de Mauro. Nelson Piquet Jr. is in this battle. Look at his car there. He's trying to overtake here on the left side. Nelson Piquet Jr. got already lots of positions. Carlos, he will get one more position there.
10 already.
Yeah, he's really advancing at this point of the race.
Yeah, certainly have a lot of fun. But of course, there's a tricky situation for Nelson when he gives the car to Roman Dziękiewicz that is struggling a bit with pace. And now Nelson attacks car number 87. I think that's Gaetano de Mauro.
Yeah, it's easy to identify Nelson Piquet Jr.'s car. It's the psychedelic car with the white background. And there he goes. Now he gets the position. I think he lost that position to Thiago Vivacqua, but he got it back.
Yeah, because Gaetano de Mauro, Sergio, was very aggressive on the defending maneuver there. Piquet was trying to overtake Gaetano, and then Gaetano squeezed him out of the track so that Piquet lost one position, but passed the car already, and now trying to get his revenge on Gaetano de Mauro.
Renan Guerra is getting positions as well. There comes Renan Guerra. Is this car number 12? This Porsche number 12. So that's another driver that's advancing. He got already 12 positions, Carlos. Actually, he gets 13 positions after now he overtook Thiago Vivacqua. So he's doing a very, very nice race. And it's like following Nelson Piquet Jr. He's a little bit behind Nelson Piquet Jr., but not that far behind. And there we see the leader of the race, who is Rafael Suzuki.
Yeah, smooth race so far for Suzuki. Already getting close to a back marker there, but Renan Guerra definitely in a very good performance so far. We saw him being very fast in yesterday's qualifying session. Of course, he has to compensate a bit because one of his teammates isn't a professional driver, but anyway, good performance so far from car number 12. He's been partnered by Marco Pisani and André Moraes Jr.
The difference now is 6.3. It's a lot of difference, but it has been over 7 seconds. So in a way, Alan Hillmeister is being able to diminish the gap a little bit, but I would say not enough to get close to Rafael Suzuki, at least during these things. That's for the hot weather, Carlos. I think,
Yes. Yes.
I think so. It's a bag of ice there.
Good solution.
You see Sergio Ramalho on the Porsche number 27, and he's trying to get to Peter Ferter, battle for the 6th position.
And a good race so far from Peter Ferter. Quite competitive, gentleman driver, but showing his skills ahead of this pack. Car number 56, as I said, he's teammate of Diego Nunes, a former GP2 driver. And now the overtaking maneuver.
Yeah. Gets the position, then Sergio Ramalho. Peter Ferter falls one more position. Nelson Piquet is still behind Caetano de Mauro. There you see Caetano de Mauro is that kind of dark blue car, and Nelson Piquet against the psychedelic Porsche number 80 with the white background.
Yeah, Gaetano de Mauro is a more difficult task there for Nelson Piquet Jr., both professional drivers and actually rivals in the Stock Car Pro Series. By the way, they were teammates a couple of years ago, I believe in 2019 actually, in the full-time sports team. Now they are both in different teams, but anyway, Gaetano is a very fast driver as well. Nice fight there, Sadaki Leite, and that's Série Brasil?
Série Brasil, exactly. Série Brasil in the Porsche number 139. So we can say, Carlos, that Nelson Piquet Jr. and Gaetano de Mauro know each other very, very well.
Oh yeah, definitely. No doubt about it.
For now, Sadak Leite has the advantage with the Porsche number 66. He is the first car of the challenge, Sprint Challenge Championship. He started as the leader, Carlos, and he is the first at this point. So that battle there was the battle for the first position in the Sprint Challenge, let's say, race, right? Because we have the race of the Carrera Cup drivers, and we have also the race of the Sprint Challenge drivers. So it's very interesting, this battle going on there. Yeah, and then behind them we have, pardon me, Carlos, we have Nelson Marcondes, who just overtook them both, but Nelson Marcondes is in the Carrera Cup. It's Carrera Cup driver.
Yeah, now he's trying to get back to the leader's lap because he had that drive-through penalty. So no impact on the championship in the challenge dispute for Sadaki Leite and Série Brasil. But interesting fight also when we look to the championship standings, because Sadaki Leite and Série Brasil are title rivals there. They are leading the challenge championship.
Muito boa para o trio Ricardo Maurício, Gustavo Zanon e Ayman David. Ayman veio para o box. Ricardinho, Maurício e Gustavo Zanon estão correndo lá para a área de apoio, falando que o carro está falhando muito. Agora eles vão decidir o que vão fazer.
Yeah, problems for the car that is driven by Ayman Darvic in this moment. Darvic is teammate of Ricardo Maurício and also Gustavo Zanon. They are reporting issues with the car number 555. So let's see if there's a retirement or something like that. And now, mandatory pit stop, I believe.
Yeah, they have a window for this pit stop. There we see again Alan Hillmeister overtaking a back marker there. They are advancing, and then behind we still have Marcel Miller in third and Gabriel Casagrande in fourth.
Yeah, just another report in the car number 555 is back to the track as now Paulo Totaro goes to the pits. Let's see if he will pay his second drive-through penalty or if that's the mandatory pit stop. Also, Gabriel Casagrande pitting. Good race so far for car number 85. Gabriel Casagrande, a very competitive driver. Let's see who will get the wheel.
This is 99 that is being racing by Nasser Abu Taif, Gabriel Hob and San Joaquin.
San Joaquin will get the wheel in that case. Let's see.
It will be either in the 85, either Eduardo Menossi or Pedro Boesel.
Yeah, I didn't identify which of them will get in the car, but we see now the the clock of the pit window that is open already from the beginning of lap 19, Sergio.
And that's Rafael Suzuki. He didn't stop yet. You see on the top of your screen the time they have to make the mandatory pit stop. Still 7 minutes to go. Each lap is being done in around 140, 138, between 138 and 140. So they have at least 3 laps. If they want, they can stay at least 3 laps on the track before going to the pits. Of course, that will depend on the strategy of each team, and we see different strategies. Of course, some drivers prefer to stop right away. It's not the case, for example, of Rafael Suzuki, who we see there, as we see car number 2 from Luis Souza and Bruno Bonifacio going into the pits.
Yeah, and it makes sense for Rafael Suzuki to extend his stint. He has been showing great pace so far, so maybe opening a bit of a gap to the front runners there in order to deliver the car to Lucas Salles in a good situation. Even though, as you said a couple of laps ago, Sergio, Alan Hellmeister is managing to diminish the gap, but anyway, possibly Suzuki is already managing his tires as well, as you see one more car there in the pit lane.
And Alan Hellmeister is also staying on the track, as well as Marcel Miller and Ricardo Zonta. So the top 4 drivers now are all trying to doing the same strategy so far. They are waiting to stop on the pits. The only top 5 car that stopped was Gabriel Casagrande, was one of the first cars to go to the pits.
Yeah, and of course, car number 85 isn't fighting for titles or something like that, so Casagrande has been a true gentleman in order to get the car back to his companions there, Pedro Boesel and also Edu Menossi, that made the invitation for him to drive in this 500 kilometers race. As we see that car number 99, I believe there is still in the pits, 99 of Nasser Abul Taif, Gabriel Robi and San Joaquin will be on the wheel in the following stint as Sadaki Leite goes to the pits in order to deliver the car for Fabio Carboni. And we have to remember that they have this 6-minute pit stop time because of the regulations of the series, in order to make everything balanced and fair to all of the cars and drivers. So a little bit less sometimes than 6 minutes they have to wait. So the guy with the clock, he's an important part of the crew as well.
We saw there Israel Salman and Gerson Campos going to the pits. They were a little bit behind the other drivers. And look who is there. It's the car from Marcel Miller. So Marcel Miller making his stop, and he'll give place to the Enzo Elias. You know, Enzo Elias is very, very fast. They are talking about the conditions of the track, of course. And Enzo Elias is going to go into the car to do his first stint in this race. Rafael Suzuki, Alan Hellmeister, and Ricardo Zonta stay on the track. Another driver who is staying on the track that we highlight him, Carlos, is Nelson Piquet Jr. Nelson Piquet Jr. is still on the track. At least it shows it here. And I think it's a good tactic for him, because he has free space ahead of him, because most of cars ahead of him already stopped. So you have room, you know, to do faster laps without trying to overtake.
Yeah, and finally Piquet got rid of Gaetano de Mauro, at least for a while. Gaetano has gone to the pits already, so Piquet trying to clock fast lap times in order to make the overcut, if we can say so, okay, as Suzuki extends his stint one more lap.
There is Rafael Suzuki. I think, Carlos, you have to stop in the next one, or maybe there will be time for one more lap. I think one more lap. Yeah, he'll do that, and I think we have to go to the...
Tinha bastante ação para os pilotos da frente, mas aí o carro ficou inguiável, não tinha freio, estava até perigoso, assim, não tinha freio, não conseguia frear, então os pilotos começaram a me passar.
That's Nelsinho Piquet there, Jr. with the number 8.
Frear em torno do 200, 180, então realmente estava uma pena, estava inguiável. Tentei sobreviver e agora é ver se a gente consegue trocar o carro, se a gente vai ter que ficar se arrastando.
Obrigada, Fefo. Luc?
Yeah, interesting interview there with Fefo Barrichello. We have been talking about his crash Thursday and the pains that come from that incident, but he was reporting that the car was undrivable, so not an issue with the driver, an issue with the car, and they are trying to change the car. We have spare cars in this Porsche Cup Brasil Championship, and let's see if they will be able to proceed in the race, because so far not that good for the duo of drivers of car number 111, the Barrichello brothers, and Lucas Salles is there waiting for his stint on the car.
Yeah, so that explains a lot why Fefo lost so many positions in the beginning of the race, Carlos, because it was a little bit of unusual for that to happen. And yeah, look, Rafael Suzuki can still do another lap if he wants to. Let's see, oh no, there he goes to the pits. I think he would be able to do, but it would be on the limit, on the very much limit, and he chose to go to the pits, which it's a good decision, Carlos.
Yeah, better to do the safe call there, because if he makes a mistake or anything like that, then the damage is too big. And Lucas Salles is a fast driver as well. He's from the sport class, as we have been saying, but throughout the whole season, we saw him battling against the overall Carrera class in equal terms. So definitely it will be nice to see Lucas Salles in the wheel, and to see what he's able to do against drivers such as Miguel Paludo, that will be right behind, and the others that will approach, such as Enzo Elias and possibly Werner Neubauer as well.
And that's the car from Alejandro Meister on the right side. We have on the left side the car that went to the pits at first position, and then second position, car number 7. So that's 2 battles. And now, if we keep this battle, of course, the advantage was around 6 seconds for number 70, but we'll have Miguel Paludo on the number 7 and Lucas Salles on number 70. Lucas Salles, even though he is not a Carrera Cup, a main Carrera Cup, he's Carrera Sport, he's a very, very fast driver. He has some wins in the category, so we will have to pay attention to him as Miguel Paludo waits for the seat to be adjusted for him, and he goes into the car.
And we had another communication from the stewards there, Sergio. Drive-through penalty for car number 99, also because he speeded in the pit lane. So Nasser Boutaif delivered the car to San Joaquin, and San Joaquin will have to pay a drive-through penalty because Nasser speeded in the pit lane. So the drivers have to be a little bit more aware of the speed limit, to say the least. That's not something that we could expect from such competitive drivers as we see in Porsche Brazil. And now the whole Brent crew there of Miguel Paludo preparing the car for his return to the track, his first stint actually in this 500 kilometers race.
This is Enzo Elias there in the 544. He's waiting for the signal to go to the track. There he is, and there he goes. There he goes. So Enzo Elias, among the front runners, is the first to go back to the track. Of course, he was one of the first to go to the pit, so that makes a difference. Okay, that was okay. I got a little bit afraid there. He would be, there would be a problem for him, but not really. And there we see. They have to be very careful with this speed limit at the pits and the exit. And there we see the number 66 that now is being driven by Fabio Carboni, which is actually faster in theory than Sadak Leite. So it's a good thing for this car, Carlos, that it kept the first position among the Sprint Challenge drivers, cars. And now they have Fabio Carboni, who is also very fast to try to keep this lead.
Yeah, and in the first moment I had the same impression, Sergio, of an unsafe release there. I believe it was car number 133 that is shared by Israel Salman and Rafa Martins, but actually it was a safe release. He had a bit of a gap there too. the car that was exiting the pits, Enzo Elias, and everything okay so far. Let's, of course, double check the situation of the Barrichello brothers. We don't have any communication in that matter yet, and Lucas Salles' car is getting ready now. Enzo Elias already hitting his tires, and now long stint ahead of the 2022 sprint champion of Porsche Carrera Cup, and now we talked about the teammates of Nelson Piquet Jr. He is currently the teammate of Piquet in the Stock Car Pro Series.
And I think there we have Gabriel Casagrande ahead of Enzo Elias. Carlos, I think, wasn't that the car from Gabriel Casagrande? I believe it's him.
He already pitted, isn't it?
Yeah. Or is that the 88? We'll have to wait a little bit and see. To check. Anyway, this is Enzo Elias, who started the race as the championship leader, driving the 544. Marcel Miller did the first stint, and now we wait for the two leaders, the two cars that were leading, to go back to the track. On your left side, beautiful image there of the Porsche number 70, car number 7 on the right side doing the final adjustments. You see there the chief engineer with the chronometer there, you know, looking at that. And there we have again Enzo Elias.
And that's Pedro Boesel ahead of him. So
it's Pedro Boesel there. Yeah.
Yes, Casagrande gave the car to Pedro Boesel. Yeah. And just talk a bit about the cars. We have two championships, and some of the spectators might be maybe questioning why we have two different championships. We have different cars as well. This Carrera Cup car is the 992 spec of the Porsche Cup race cars. Of course, we are talking about a series of the most produced race cars in the world. And in the Challenge Championship, we have the 991-2 car, so an older spec of cars. The horsepower difference isn't that big, but of course, technology, transmission, and so on makes the Carrera car faster. Whoa, is that car number 80?
Yeah, Roman Zinkevich, no? Yeah, Roman Zinkevich. That's what we say. Carlos, Nelson Piquet Jr. does an awesome job advancing, and now Roman Zinkevich, you know, loses a little bit of ground, as we see Lucas Salles. When I said Gabriel Casagrande, thank you for correcting, Carlos. I was thinking, because Gabriel Casagrande was in that car, and look how close Miguel Paludo gets to Lucas Salles. He goes on the outside, and Miguel Paludo gets the first position there ahead of Lucas Salles. There is a problem with Lucas Salles' car, Carlos. It's very, very slow, and it loses yet another position.
Yeah, he has no pace at all, apparently.
What a pity for this car. Rafael Suzuki did such a great job, but now Lucas Salles definitely is having a problem with his car, as he sees in his rear mirror Enzo Elias approaching him to get the third position. Yes, and comes Enzo Elias, easy, overtakes Lucas Salles. What a pity, something really bad happened with that Porsche number 70 that keeps losing positions one after the other.
What a weird incident. I think something with a loose wheel, maybe, because apparently he cannot push, afraid of a loose wheel being out of the
grid. Mas eu falei, bom, é melhor eu não passar agora porque tudo ficou bem. Mas ao chegar na formação de grid, saindo do box, ó, movimentação grande aqui no box do Lucas Salles. É isso, estão entrando para box. O carro já tinha falhado. Quando ele saiu do box, o carro já tinha dado uma falhada. Eles pararam no grid, parece que limpou e estava tudo bem. Enfim, eles estão fazendo uma pausa aqui, eu estou saindo daqui para não atrapalhar. E aí agora... Exato, Luc. Pois é, na largada ele já assumiu a primeira posição. Até passei aqui e falei pro Perucci, ainda bem que limpou, né? Tá tudo bem. Ele falou, não, tá tudo bem, é só para dar uma adrenalina a mais no início da corrida. E agora falhou de novo. Então agora ficou uma situação um pouco dramática aqui para eles. Eu vou acompanhar para ver o que eles vão fazer.
Yeah, we heard from Renata Diniz, our pit reporter. She said that actually the car had an engine failure before the race start when they were going to the grid. But then, of course, Rafael Suzuki had a very good stint. They thought it was okay. But now with Lucas Salles, the car is fading once more. So not a loose wheel or something like that. Apparently, something with the engine. Let's see if there's more information about that. But what a shame, Sergio.
Yeah, what a shame. Such a great race by Rafael Suzuki. We had also great expectations for the Lucas Salles stint. As we see there, Enzo Elias in third. Then we have Werner Neugebauer, and right behind him, we have Diego Nunes, who is partner with Peter Ferter. We know Diego Nunes is a very, very fast driver, and Werner Neugebauer might be in trouble. There we see this is Enzo Elias, and then behind we have Werner Neugebauer and Diego Nunes. So that's a good battle there for the fourth position. So far, Werner Neugebauer keeps the position.
Informação em primeira mão aqui direto
that's
do box
a very good
do
start,
Lucas Salles,
Renata.
do Rafael Suzuki. Eles pararam na área de apoio porque eles vão sair com o carro reserva.
Yeah, important information. They will use a spare car, Suzuki and Lucas Salles. Probably Salles will be back to the car once more. And of course, they lost a lot of ground. They were leading the race, but anyway, they are able to proceed in the 500 kilometers dispute with a spare car. Let's see if everything is okay and they can go back to the track, but I believe that will be the case.
Which is a good thing. We have to remember that Porsche Cup Brasil works as one team. It's like, so if a car has a mechanical problem, it can be substituted by a reserve car. So that's what happens. But of course, it's been compromised, Carlos, their race. They have no chance at all of winning this race right now.
Yeah, an endurance season, very tough for Salles and Suzuki. As I said, they had issues in the first round, also in Interlagos, and now this failure of the original car. And is it car number 87 going a bit slow there? I think so, but apparently not an issue, just a driving mistake there. Let's see who is on the wheel in this moment, because in the first stint we had Gaetano de Mauro, and now that's Nelson Monteiro, the regular of the 87 car.
We have right now, we are in the 27th lap out of 117, a spin by Porsche number 45. Let me try to find out who is driving it. It's Matheus Roque. He's in last place. Matheus Roque in the Porsche number 45.
Yeah, an eventful race for car number 45 today. Nice battle there. Car number 888 and 16, if I'm not wrong. But two drive-through penalties because of mistakes made by Paulo Totaro, and now a spin from Matheus Roque.
This battle there is with Christian Ham. Ahead, actually, the first there is Josimar Jr. Then we have behind him Guilherme Salas, and then Christian Han. And behind Christian Han, we have Alan Kodair. The 16 exactly Alan Kodair, who is getting the position from Christian Han.
Yeah, he passed Christian Han and another car there, I believe. This
actually, pardon, Carlos. It's a back marker, I believe. It's number 44. Christian Han is behind there.
Yes,
he was already behind.
A back marker, as Sergio said, and Alan Kodair actually passed Christian Han. Interesting, because Alan Kodair is teammate of Marcelo Han, father of Christian Han. So in a way, it's all inside the family there.
And there we see in the 29 now is Rodrigo Melo. There he is. He's the regular driver who races all year in the number 29. And he's in a very good position. He's in 11th so far. So this car is being able to keep a good position. It got so far 4 positions since its starting grid position. Rubens Barrichello, Carlos, is driving car number 3. So let's pay attention. I think it's right there, car number 3 by Rubens Barrichello. Yeah, the highlight was for him. There we see Rafael Suzuki. And Rubens Barrichello trying to get yet another position. Great performance as we would expect from Rubens Barrichello. And Rodrigo Melo overtakes Christian Ham in the number 888.
Yeah, nice to see Barrichello now shining a bit already on Christian Ham's tail there. Probably will do the overtaking maneuver right now.
Yeah. It looked easy. It was easy, Carlos. Rubens
Easy for Rubens, not for us.
Yes. Not for us, of course, for Rubens. Rubens Barrichello, that's it. He used to live very close to Interlagos, right, Carlos? He has many stories about that he used to live in this neighborhood.
Yeah, he always talks about his grandmother that used to live quite close to the Sina SS there. And of course, she was, in a way, a master of the weather forecast in Interlagos. Always knew when it would rain. So Rubens likes to tell these stories and has a very strong connection to the circuit. Rubens, that is already in his 50s, current champion of the Stock Car Pro Series. He won his second title in the last season. Very nice to see him still competitive, and even though he's in a already advanced stage, having the opportunity to see his kids drive alongside him, and especially Eduardo Barrichello, that is now his teammate in the Stock Car Pro Series, as we see now the spare car being prepared for the duel of the number 70. But it should be on the track already, losing a lot of time.
There we see the leader, Miguel Paludo. He's not being able to open a gap to Pedro Boesel, Carlos. He is around 1 second ahead of Pedro Boesel, but Enzo Elias, that's what's surprising me. Enzo Elias fell behind them. It's way behind the two leaders. There we see Enzo Elias, and right behind him, Werner Neugebauer in the number 8, and behind Neugebauer, we have Diego Nunes. Once again, Diego Nunes trying to overtake Werner Neugebauer, and we see they are very close to each other, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th position.
Yeah, the good thing for Enzo Elias is that even though his gap isn't that good, Diego Nunes and Werner Bauer are fighting for position there, so that allows him to stay ahead. And of course, he has to think, especially in the car number 8, as we explained, the car number 7 of Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister has title chances, but it needs a big combination of results. In the case of Neugebauer and Zonta, it's not that difficult, and apparently Diego Nunes passed Werner Neugebauer there, Sergio.
Yes. So Diego Nunes right now is in 4th position, and it seems he's a little bit faster than Enzo Elias. Again, Carlos, I don't know if Enzo Elias is being a little bit conservative, or maybe, Carlos, it might the situation might be related to the tires. Remember that they have to repeat 2 stints with older tires, so maybe they are doing this now to have newer tires close to the end of the race. That might have to be with his lack of performance right now. So it's a tactical move, because the drivers have 4 sets of tires, right, for 6 stints.
Yes.
So that makes this, that might be a difference in this case. And Diego Nunes gets the 3rd position.
Yeah, Diego Nunes very fast, always very competitive in his Porsche appearances. He's not a regular of the series, now partner of Peter Vetter, and he didn't have any difficulty to overtake Enzo Elias, as we see the replay of the maneuver there. But maybe that's the reason why Enzo is struggling a bit, because theoretically he could open a bit of a gap, especially when Nunes was fighting for position against Werner Neugebauer, Sergio.
So a nice charge from Diego Nunes. That's a very, I was impressed really, because Diego Nunes, we know it's a professional driver, Carlos, but Peter Ferter was able to keep the car a little bit ahead and close to the, at least easy in the top 10. And now Diego Nunes is charging to advance.
Was it Roman Ginkiewicz with the thumbs down there? I think that's the case. Let's see if there's any confirmation, because we saw him spinning. Anyway, it was a mutant sponsored driver there making the thumbs down. But Diego Nunes has a good condition in this race, Sergio. Let's see if Peter Ferter will be competitive in the following stints, but we all know that Nunes is very fast and knows this track very well, as we see now. Car number 111 back to the track, so a spare car with the layout, or did they insist on the original car?
I think they are with the original car, but a puncture, too bad.
Yeah, that's it.
Because they are 14th position, because of course they are going to lose lots of positions right now with this puncture, but they are in 14th, so they didn't actually change their car. And right now, Dudu Barrichello is driving the number 111.
Yeah, probably, even though FIFO insisted that it would be a good measure to use the spare car, they weren't allowed to change the car because it's not a failure properly, just a setup, so the drivers have to deal with that. But now the puncture, and that compromises, of course, the whole effort of the duo.
One notable driver that is right now on the track, Carlos, is Christian Fittipaldi. He's in 30th with the number 38. He competes in the Challenge Rookie because, of course, of the other drivers that are with him, which are Eric Santos and João Gonçalves. I think they might not show Porsche number 38, but who knows? And there we see the number 1 that's being driven by Guilherme Salas. First stint was done by the driver, the regular driver, Alceu Feldman, and now we have Guilherme Salas in the number 1 Porsche.
O Dudu Barrichello vai fazer a parada dele lá no box de manutenção, já para aproveitar e arrumar o freio também.
Yeah, one more stop for Barrichello. Sorry, Sergio, just to inform that they will try to repair the brakes of the car number 111.
Yeah, and that was the battle for, or is the battle still, even though the one is ahead, for the 8th position. So Guilherme Salas got the 8th position from Josimar Jr., and now he has ahead of him Alan Kodair, which is also a professional driver. Let's see if Guilherme Salas is able to get close to Alan Kodair. Last lap from Kodair was 1:38.754. Last lap from Gui Salas was 1:45.90, but it might have been slower due to he trying to overtake Josimar Jr.
And just to talk a little bit more about the situation of the Barrichello brothers, we have to remember that this car was under repairment work in the overnight between Thursday and Friday because of the crash of FIFO in Thursday's practice session. So maybe that is also a reason why they are struggling with the setup of the car. Maybe
vai dar umas falhadas e tal. Mas isso é uma coisa que precisa ser administrada, né, em pista, assim. Então, enfim, é uma coisa que está sendo meio corriqueira, essa questão da falha, por conta da temperatura. Está sendo um grande desafio para muitos pilotos aqui hoje.
And an interesting information there from Renata Diniz. A couple of drivers, a lot of them actually, struggling with the temperature of the brakes because it's very hot in São Paulo. We saw the statistics before the race, 32 degrees Celsius air temperature, but track temperature of around 44 degrees Celsius, and now it should be hotter because we have already 34 laps of the race. So they will have to be very intelligent in that management as well, because we all know that these cars can handle a lot of heat and so on, but eventually the brake may scream a bit, if we can say so. So that's something that the drivers will have to take into account, to say the least, Sergio.
Ricardo Maurício está passeando aqui no box. Brincadeira, né?
We
Modo
see
de dizer.
again
Mas ele está aqui no
Miguel
box, não tá no
Paludo.
carro.
Let's see if Renata says something. Oh, number one is going to the pits. I don't think it's
Puncture.
It's a puncture, yeah, because it's not a scheduled pit stop. So Guilherme Salas was doing really well, and it might have been with the conditions of the track, Carlos, because the second puncture among leading cars or cars that are in the group ahead. So that's really not good, and goes back already Guilherme Salas. So it was not, again, it was not a scheduled pit stop. They scheduled pit stops, they have to take 6 minutes. So
Yeah.
that's just to fix the tire.
And
Tire.
I believe it was 2 punctures in the right rear tire, so possibly something with curbs and so on in a particular part of the track, but let's see if there's any confirmation in that regard. And you mentioned Christian Fittipaldi. It's actually funny to see Christian being labeled as a rookie driver. Of course, that's because of mates, but we are talking about a former Formula 1 driver with a lot of success in especially the American motorsport categories. But anyway, a semi-retired driver already, Sergio.
Yeah, and I think Christian, among these drivers there, I would say him and Nelson Piquet Jr., even though Christian is older and he has more in these matters. You know, it's one of the drivers that I've known that raced in different categories. He's raced in so many different categories.
Yes.
And with reasonable success in some of them. You know, he was 24 Hours of Daytona winner. He was the Rolex Sports Car Series champion. He won races in Indy, right? So he was in Formula One. He raced NASCAR. Of course, Nelson Piquet is younger, but I would say Nelson Piquet didn't race as many categories as Christian, but he races in rally, you know, races. So that's, as far as I know, Carlos, Christian Fittipaldi never raced in a rally race, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Or at least not in a regular basis, you know, or maybe once or twice.
No, not at all, I think. But anyway, Nelson Piquet Jr. is a very versatile driver. Actually, from quite a while, he had his single-seaters career until reaching a Formula One seat with Renault. Then he had to lead the series and did a little bit of rallycross, also Formula E. As we all know, he's the first ever Formula E champion. NASCAR racing, winning races as well. And now Stock Car Pro Series, that is the main duty of Nelson Piquet Jr., but also the Sertões Rally in Brazil, that is a very competitive rally series. And of course, from time to time, he's racing endurance races as well in Europe, European Le Mans Series and so on.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if one day he races the Rally Dakar, Carlos, because I'm sure he has this in his, you know, he thinks about that. I'm quite sure, you know, because he likes to race. He races everything. So that would be a big accomplishment, I would say, for him.
Yeah, and Fernando Alonso actually set the precedent that for that in the last year's Dakar Rally, if I'm not wrong. I believe he didn't compete this year, but had a pretty decent participation in the 2022 Dakar Rally. Actually, he was 4th in one of the stages, which is a very good result considering how competitive his rivals were. Carlos Sainz Sr., Nasser Al-Attiyah, Stefan Peter Hansel, a lot of competitive drivers that are known worldwide for their rally efforts. But Nelson Piquet Jr. is definitely someone that may be competing in the Dakar Rally in a couple of years.
Miguel Paludo still leads the race. He is 3 seconds ahead of Pedro Boesel. And then we have Diego Nunes. That's 5.5 seconds around ahead of, behind, I mean, Pedro Boesel. And then we have Enzo Elias, who is 7 seconds behind Diego Nunes. Wow. Such huge gaps. And there you see the 29 going off track. with Rodrigo Melo.
Weird. Apparently, he avoided contact with car number 70, now being driven by Lucas Salles, that spare car. But anyway, he went too much to the outside line there, and actually it was quite close to the tire barriers in that runoff area ahead of the first leg of the Senna S's. But anyway, avoided a major crash, as we see now. Car number 85 being driven by Pedro Boesel, and so far so good for car number 7, Sergio.
Yeah, exactly. It was able to increase the gap to Pedro Boesel. It's 3.8 now in this last. Oh, his engineers, they're worried something might have happened to Miguel Paludo. We see his engineer worried, so that might be a sign of something. And there he goes to see. Yeah, if it is a puncture, it'll be the third. It doesn't seem a puncture right now, but
yeah, it would be lower theoretically.
Yeah.
Maybe something with temperature of the engine, of the tires. They have this controls in the pit garage, so maybe concerning that matter. But anyway, so far Miguel Paludo is still on the track. Let's wait and see if something happens with car number 7.
And there we see the car from William Freire. He overtook Enzo Elias. That's what we're going to see right now, the recuperated image. Nice maneuver by William Freire. And he gets the 4th position from Enzo Elias. I'm quite sure Enzo Elias is with the same tires. Carlos, is the only thing that might explain that, in my opinion, as we see there, Alan Kodair, right behind Werner Neugebauer. We see now Enzo Elias, Neugebauer, and Alan Kodair. Alan Kodair is charging to overtake Werner Neugebauer.
Yeah, I think that Enzo Elias, as I said, has already an old set of tires. Pedro Boesel pits. Is it already the pit window? I think so.
Yeah, because the first pit was on lap 19. I mean, the start of the pits. Look at that. That might be a penalty, Carlos. Don't you think so?
Probably, especially considering the previous penalties that we saw in the weekend.
Bruno Javier there, Bruno Xavier.
Yeah, Bruno Xavier and car number 139, I believe.
Yes. It was either Antonella Bassani or Girani. Let me see if I can see here which one was there. 139. Who is driving the 130? It's Antonella Bassani. It was Antonella Bassani, one of the 2 female drivers competing in this race.
Yeah, but probably a drive-through penalty for that incident. Let's wait and see what the stewards will decide. But yeah, I think that we already have the pit window open, unless Pedro Boesel had an issue, but I don't think that's the case.
We see there Sadaki Leite, but he's being overtaken. Sadaki Leite, number 66, competes for the Sprint Challenge Championship. Actually, he currently leads the championship. And behind, now ahead of him already, we have again William Freire and Diego Nunes.
And Neugebauer did go to the pit, so yeah. That's it. Elias as well.
You see there Miguel Paludo. Now we see Guilherme Salas going to the pits. So he'll probably give place to Alceu Feldman again. Alceu Feldman started the race, and he's going to do now his 2nd stint. That's another change of rule, Carlos, in the Porsche Cup Endurance Championship, because before the drivers could repeat a stint, but now they cannot repeat a stint. They have to each time goes one driver. So that's part of the rule now.
Yeah, I think that's better for the comprehension of the public as well, as we see a brief chat there between Noigbao and Zonta, and we saw an information regarding the weather forecast. 51% of chances of rain between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Brazilian time. We are currently, 3:46 p.m. Brazilian time. So for the next hour, theoretically, we won't have rain. But anyway, maybe in the final stages of the race.
And there goes Miguel Paludo. He's one of the last to make the pit stop during this stint, and he'll give place to Alan Hellmeister. There goes the engineer of Miguel Paludo. He was worried there. He's racing there. He's running to his pit stops. And that's the 111, also stopping Dudu Barrichello. Dudu Barrichello making his stop right now. That's the 6-minute stop, the official. Look at that.
Acho que o Rodolfo chamou aí primeiro.
Estou aqui, conversei com o Casagrande, ele estava falando que eles tiveram uma estratégia interessante de deixar a troca, eles estão trocando o pneu agora no início para deixar para o final, quando a pista estiver mais fria, para fazer a dobra de pneu. E o que surpreendeu foi o ritmo do Pedro Boesel, que andou praticamente igual ao Casagrande, com isso eles conseguiram saltar lá para frente na corrida.
Yeah, nice information there from Rodolfo Santos, one of our pit reporters, talking about the tire strategy for car number 85. Gabriel Casagrande told him that they will use the older tires in the final stages of the race, so that they can deal with degraded tires in theoretically a colder track, because time will pass and of course the sun won't be that strong. But that's a bold call tactically, but if we consider what happened with Enzo Elias, maybe that's the right strategy, Sergio.
Yeah, we saw there number 56, he leads the race. Diego Nunes didn't go to the pits yet. William Freire, number 77, this car who just passed, is second place. He also didn't stop for the second pit stop, and I believe in third place is Alan Kodair. Alan Kodair will be third place with number 16, as we see the 544 there, and then the car for the Barrichello brothers.
Talvez. Deixa eu falar uma coisa.
Fefo now is on the wheel, behind the wheel.
A informação, eu já tinha essa informação. Na verdade, a estratégia que eles usaram foi a seguinte. Um jogo foi dobrado de stint. O segundo jogo novo também dobrado. Desculpa. E pro final, eles têm 2 jogos novos. Então, eles estão passando o pneu agora. E esse jogo eles vão dobrar novamente. E com certeza, a informação que eu peguei com o engenheiro é que, claro, o rendimento do Enzo caiu por conta do desgaste de pneus.
Yeah, and the confirmation of our suspicions, Sergio, Enzo Elias was using old tires. And Renata confirmed that the idea is to have new tires in the final stages of the race, so that they can charge to try and get the race win. So different strategies between car number 544 of Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller, and car number 85 of Gabriel Casagrande, Pedro Boesel, and Edu Menossi. Casagrande also praised Boesel's pace, by the way. But anyway, it's interesting to see that we have split strategies, because that's something that can make the race a little bit crazier in the final stints.
Yes, we can see huge differences between the speeds in the final stints.
Nossa,
but it might go to the drain, Carlos, if starts raining, because then they'll have to use wet tires.
Brinquei com ele com a toalha, falei, empresta essa toalha aí pra dar uma refrescada. Ele falou, Renatinha, você não tá entendendo. É a prova mais quente de toda a minha vida. Ah, Nelson, não exagera. E Goiânia? E Mogi? Não, ele falou, a prova mais quente de toda a minha vida tá sendo hoje. E ele realmente teve uma baixa de pressão, mas agora tá bem, tá tudo certo. Mas realmente aqui tá muito, muito quente.
Yeah, we heard Renata talking about Nelson Marcondes' situation, physically speaking. We saw Marcondes getting a wet towel in order to refresh himself. He had actually some
Eu tava aqui
issues
também no box
with
junto
his
com ela,
pressure
eles
in the
também vão
stint,
optar
but anyway,
pela
very
dobra
hot
de
indeed
pneus
and
só no
quite a
final da
challenge.
corrida e também tá sofrendo muito com o calor.
And the same is happening with Alan Kodair, as reported by Rodolfo Santos. And that aspect that you talked about, Sergio, concerning the tire strategy is very important because maybe it won't be that safe to use the older tires in the first stints, because if it rains, then they will have a big disadvantage compared to the rivals that are leaving the old tires to the final part of the race, because then they will be obliged to use the wet tires independently of what they want to do or not, because rain is rain, as Peter Ferter will go back to the car now that Diego Nunes is going to the pits.
Yeah, he left for the last minute, Diego Nunes, which I believe it was smart, Carlos, because Diego Nunes is a better driver than Peter Ferter, even though Peter Ferter has been doing a very, very nice job. As we see the Porsche number 888 going back to the track, and I will have to find out who is in that car right now, because they have 3 drivers. When it's 2 drivers, it's easy for us to know that they are being substituted, but yeah, I can't find it here, but we'll find out. Yeah, it's Christian Ham now. It's Christian Ham who is driving the Porsche number 888. That's the man, Carlos.
And we have to say that he's fit, to say the least. We saw younger drivers struggling with the heat. Apparently, Rubens is okay, Sergio.
Yeah, but we can see he's sweating a lot. That was very clear in that image.
Yeah, but it's impossible not to sweat inside these cars with such a hot weather. So to sweat, I think he's healthy as well.
There goes Alan Hellmeister going back to the track. And we see there number 85. It should be driven, Carlos, by Edu Menossi. I would say you have to confirm, because it's 3 drivers, that car number 85.
It is Edu Menossi.
It is Edu Menossi, right? Just to confirm, thank you.
And now we can expect a drop of pace. Edu Menossi isn't as competitive as Pedro Boesel and Gabriel Casagrande. So let's see how he manages this damage, let's put it that way, to the situation of the car number 85 compared to the rivals. As we see now, Freire getting the car back to Francisco Horta. I believe it was William Freire in this last stint. Yes, that was the case. And Peter Ferter preparing to rejoin the track in the car number 56.
Right now, guys, I'm seeing Miguel Paludo still on the car number 7. So that would mean they didn't change the drivers, which was not the case in the other races, the 300. Oh, no, it's Alan Hellmeister. Now it shows Alan Hellmeister. Okay. Because it should be really Alan Hellmeister. They just changed it now in the live timing. He is in the number 7, and in theory, he's leading the race. Edu Menossi is in 2nd place. This after all the other cars stop, right? They are all, actually all the cars ahead of Alan Hellmeister are on the pits. So, but because he pitted before and this car is pitted after him, you have, he has to do still a couple of laps. So he actually gets the first position.
Nelson Piquet Jr. walking through the pit lane there. Weird, because he should be inside a car already, I think.
Yeah, let me see who is in the car number 80. I mean,
yeah, the last.
I think this car is out. This car, it shows it last with Roman Zinkevich. So
out
I'm
of the
not
race, you mean?
sure. Yeah, I'm
Nelsinho
not
tá aqui
sure
comigo.
there.
E aí,
Or they
Nelsinho, fim
might
de
change
prova?
cars. I'm not sure, Carlos. I have to double
Fim de
check.
prova.
But they currently showing last.
O carro começou a falhar e
That's
There he is,
PK.
vamos para o
Nelson.
parque de apoio, mas não conseguiram achar o problema e não teve outra escolha, tivemos que abandonar.
Infelizmente. Obrigada, Nelsinho. Luke?
Yeah, Nelson confirming that they have retired from the race. Issues with the car. They didn't know what happened exactly with car number 80, but that's it. A shame for Nelson after such a nice effort in his first stint. That's why we saw him walking through the pit lane, now already out of the race. And we remember that Roman Dziękiewicz had a bit of a spin there, but I believe that's something with the car before that incident of Dziękiewicz. So not good at all, but anyway, his job was well done when we think about Piquet Jr.
There we see in the 111 right now, it's Fefo Barrichello driving this car. He is kind of behind. They had a couple of problems, the car 111. But they are pretty much there. And we have look, because in the number 8, we have Ricardo Zonta. And in the 544, we have Marcel Miller. Two cars that just passed by. And there we have Peter Ferter, should be going back to the track. He's waiting for the moment to go back to the track. Diego Nunes, this car is really doing well. And there he goes back, Peter Ferter.
Yeah, and I believe the order will be something like Paludo, or in this case, Alan Hellmeister back to the car ahead of the pack in the number 7, then Ferter. Actually, Menossi was quite well positioned as well because Boezo and Casagrande had very good stints. So Ferter and Menossi will have to manage their situation, try not to lose so many positions. And then we have the cars from Zonta and also the rest of the pack. It's an interesting scenario so far of the race because the car number 7 has a good advantage, but they cannot take it for granted, especially considering the possibility of a rain in the final stages of the race. But anyway, Zonta isn't that far, and we have to remember that they are still behind Marcel Miller. So car number 544 is ahead of their main title rival, that is Ricardo Zonta and Werner Neubauer. There we see on the screen, and there's a car between Miller and Zonta.
So Alan Hellmeister with the Porsche number 7 keeps the lead of the race. Nice work so far for the duo Alan Hellmeister and Miguel Paludo. Actually, Alan Hellmeister had a great first stint. He put the car in very good position, and then Miguel Paludo overtook, and of course, he took advantage of the problem with car number 70 that was being driven by Lucas Salles. Lucas Salles went back to the ahead after the first mandatory pit stop, but they had a problem, so they have to change their cars, and Miguel Paludo took advantage of that and kept the first and assumed the first position, and now he's keeping the first position. So we have Alan Hellmeister is first right now, and let's wait a little bit to see how it's going to happen. So it shows really Peter Ferter in second. Carlos, great work that's due to the great work by Diego Nunes.
Yeah, that's it. And we have also to praise what Peter was able to do in the opening stint, because he didn't lose ground. So that allowed Diego Nunes to bounce back and gain positions. Currently, the car is second and already ahead of Menossi, Boezo, and Casagrande. I didn't know which of the cars would be second, but let's see what Menossi is able to do also in terms of contained damage, let's put it that way, because theoretically he's less competitive than Marcel Miller, Neubauer, and even Francisco Horta that is behind. So he has to try to stay quite close to the top 3 there, to say the least, and then of course, I believe that Gabriel Casagrande will be back to the car in the following state.
Oh, look at that. That's the battle there between Marçal Miller and
Menossi.
Edu Menossi. And Marçal Miller gets the position from Edu Menossi. Marçal Miller, who has now new tires. Ouch, almost, Carlos. Almost got there, and I think it's game over there.
Yeah, apparently Luiz Razia with an issue there. The former GP2 driver got very close to being a Formula 1 driver back in 2013 with the Marussia team, but eventually he had an issue with his financial backing and lost the seat to Jules Bianchi back in that season. But we saw Nelson Marcondes struggling with the heat, so maybe that's something that comes also from the car, not just the weather. And we saw Razia going a bit wide there.
We see now Marçal Miller. Then after Marçal Miller, it's Eduardo Menossi and Ricardo Zonta. Behind Ricardo Zonta, we have Francisco Horta and Marcelo Ram. This car number 16 of Marcelo Ram also is advancing. Carlos is doing a great job overall. Marcelo Ram is right behind this car number 77. 77 is Francisco Horta, and right behind him we saw there is the car from Marcelo Ram. They got already 10 positions since the start of the race.
Yeah, that's an interesting duo of drivers. Alan Kodaira, a very fast one of the Stock Car Pro Series regulars, and Marcelo Ram isn't a pro driver. Whoa! Martins or Salman? I think Israel Salman. Let's double check.
Yeah,
but
let me
what
try.
a speed.
Wow, it was Israel Salman, yes. He was in the 20th position.
Does he have a puncture or is it just an impression? Let's see.
Yeah, first he went wide. Now he's going to lose it. Yeah,
Puncture.
he's slower there. It's a puncture, yeah.
Right rear as well. The third right rear puncture, actually.
Too bad for him. He was running in the 20th position. He had gotten 8 positions on the track, Carlos. So he was doing a nice race. Interesting livery there, you know, with the shark.
Nice one. Yeah, and I was talking about the duo of Marcelo Ram and
Informação
Alan
direto do
Kodaira.
box do Nelson Marcondes. Foi uma falha, teve uma falha, mas o carro já voltou, tá tudo bem.
Yeah, just a quick information there. Marcelo Ram is not a pro driver such as Alan Kodair, but he is a fierce competitor and has been racing for quite a while already, apart from having a full schedule this season, because he also races in the Brazilian Endurance Championship, not Porsche Endurance Series, but another series. And he has been racing, actually, the Brazilian Endurance Championship had a race last week, if I'm not wrong. So he's up to date when we think about his form as a driver. And of course, that's useful also for Alan Kodair. And now the long journey of Israel Salman to the pits.
Yeah, it must be gruesome for him, Carlos. It's really, really bad. And is that number 8 falling behind as well? No. Yeah, it's number 8. It's number 8, Carlos. It's always having a problem. It's a puncture tire. And the
right rear.
Right rear. Yeah, exactly. Wow.
Fourth one.
That's really, really bad for Ricardo Zonta. And pretty much, Carlos, I would say this team is saying goodbye to any chance of winning the championship.
Yeah, that's gone. Because they will lose a lot of ground, and of course, Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller are still there ahead. And even if something happens with car number 5 or 4, then Neugbauer and Zonta won't be able to capitalize. So the race is getting interesting for car number 7, actually.
There we see, yeah, Right there, and I saw that might have been a touch, but not really. Too bad for Ricardo Zonta. He was having a nice race. Bernard Bauer as well. And Marcel Miller, Carlos, is approaching Peter Ferter. We should be the battle for second position very, very soon, as we see a battle there of Danilo Dirani and Luis Souza. Danilo Dirani in the 139. And Luis Souza right behind him.
Yeah. Whoa, one more. That's Marcelo Ram.
Yeah, Marcelo Ram at speed. This is another problem there. No. Seems that he was, yeah, he's slow.
But not a puncture, apparently.
Yeah. It's very, very hot. We have to consider that is Sérgio Ramalho that races with Josimar Júnior.
A dangerous maneuver there from Sergio Ramalho because he went to the runoff area there, but Sadaki Leite or Fabio Carboni, I think that's Sadaki Leite back to the 66 car. He had to go through the outside of the car driven by Sergio Ramalho, so he has to be a little bit more careful. Luckily, nothing happened there, and I don't see a puncture in the car.
Maybe yeah, it's a little bit weird, you know. But he's definitely very, very slow.
Yeah, no, issue with the car, definitely. But apparently not a puncture. We see a bit of smoke there getting out of the exhaust in the rear of the car. Let's see if we will be able to go to the pits. Apparently that will be the case.
I kind of didn't want to see that, Carlos, because he just crossed there, the track right in front of the pits. But thankfully everything was okay. I'm quite sure he was paying attention. Oh, look at number 133. Number 133 again, Israel Salman. And it's a safety car. That's good for the, or just yellow flag. I think it will be a safety car. That will be very good, Carlos, for Marcel Miller, who is already in second place, and he will be right behind Alan Hillmeister on the restart of the race. It doesn't show safety car yet, but in my lifetime here, I have the safety car, and by the situation, I believe it's to be the first safety car of the race.
Yeah, and it has to be because the car crashed into the tire barrier in a runoff area there, so they have to remove the car and repair the tire barrier. I believe that it will be a fast rescue job there by the crew, but anyway, the safety car is deployed. As you said, good for Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias. Miller currently in the car, but the good point for them is that it brings Paludo closer and closer. They had a good advantage, Paludo and Hellmeister, and now, of course, the gap is diminished because the whole pack will be together once more behind the safety car. So far, so good for the season leaders.
Yeah, it's part of the game. We know that in the endurance races, safety cars happen during sprint races. So endurance races, there is always a big chance of having a safety car. It took around 50 laps for us to have our 50 our first safety car, and there we have Porsche Fast. They are very beautiful.
Yeah, nice safety car, and almost half of the race. So it's interesting because it has been an eventful race, a lot of punctures, some spins here and there, also failures in other cars. It was the case with car number 80, for example, and another car, I don't remember exactly which one, that had an issue as well, but only in the lap 50, the safety car is deployed. And interesting because it was car number 133, Israel Salman, that had that puncture, but I believe he had pitted already, and maybe he was pushing to regain ground, and then he crashed. We still have to have this confirmation, but I believe it wasn't in the lap back to the pits.
There we have Alan Hellmeister. All his advantage will be gone. He had built a 16-second. Him and Miguel Paludo had built a 16-second over Marcel Miller. This will be gone when we restart the race. But again, that's part of the game. If you want to win, Carlos, you got to win. You got to be the fastest, and you got to face the battles that lie ahead of you. And that's what's going to happen. But anyway, a very good moment for Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias. So far, all it's going very good for number 544 in terms of them getting the championship, which will be very well deserved because they've been doing a very good campaign. And if they win the championship, it will be, it will be theirs to commemorate with all justice.
Yeah, we see the replay of the race start, but that's an interesting point of the strategy fight of this 500 kilometers race, Sergio. We have been talking about the tire strategy, especially because Enzo Elias, for example, had his stint in old tires, but in a way, the possibility of a safety car is good for them, and it is the case right now with the first deployment of the race, because even though they lost time with the older tires, now the gap is already close because, of course, the safety car brings the whole pack together. So that advantage that was conquered by Paludo and Hellmeister, it's gone, as we see the mistake from Rafael Suzuki there in the first stint. And now, in a way, they are getting dividends after this bold strategy of racing already with an old set of tires in the second stint, because they are side by side now with the leaders of the race, Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister, Sergio.
So it's the first safety car of this race, while we see some highlights of what happened before. And it's been a very, very interesting race. And there we see again the car number 133. It's going back to the pits, apparently, Israel Salmon. Again, this beautiful image of the city of São Paulo behind it. Interlagos, Carlos, you are from São Paulo, and I'm sure you could tell us a little bit more about it. But when it was built, it was like far ahead from downtown. Actually, it's far away. I mean, it's far away from downtown São Paulo, but São Paulo grew so much that right now it's pretty much in the middle of the city. It's not in the middle, right in the middle, in the center of the city, but it has city buildings and houses all around it.
Yeah, but that's it. It's a circuit that has already more than 80 years. So when it was built, it was very far from the city center, the downtown, as you said. And of course, we are talking about a metropolitan region that has more than 30 million inhabitants. So the city grew and got closer and closer until it rounded the circuit, as we saw in that aerial view. But it's quite far from the downtown. It's in the southern region of the city of São Paulo, and it is between two lakes, and that is Guarapiranga and Billings. So that's why we have the name Interlagos, that in English could be translated to Interlakes.
Yeah, and that would be two artificial lakes, right? As far as I know.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Okay, yeah. Which are used also, as far as I know, Carlos, because I'm not from São Paulo, for leisure. At least I remember when I was like 19, 20 years old, I went there to Guarapiranga. There was a house there, and we were able to, sunbath there and spend the day there.
Yeah, some people practice water sports in the lakes, and some of the parts of these lakes are reserved for water supply of the metropolitan region as well. So that's an important thing that was done back in the beginning of the previous century in order to have water supply, and also a place in which people can practice water sports, as you said. And it's a beautiful region, even though it's quite far from the downtown. It's not a touristic destination, but for people that live in São Paulo, that is definitely worth visiting.
We see now Alan Hellmeister right behind the safety car, so all was adjusted there, so they can, you know, restart the race. Marcel Miller is right behind him. And what's this?
Kids.
They're having some fun there, it seems to me.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's Ayrton Senna, of course.
Yeah, we have this painting of Ayrton Senna in one of the main buildings of the paddock constructions there. And right to the right of this part of the track in which the cars are passing in this moment, the beginning of the main street, we had from the last year a big sculpture of Ayrton Senna's head as well, which is very nice. But we won't be able to see through the cameras, but it is in the beginning of the main straight.
We will have at least one more lap with the safety car. So this is the last race of the season that you are watching with us, of the Porsche Cup Brasil season. Traditionally, like this year, unlike the year before and the years before, there are 6 rounds of this sprint championship, which we can show them all for you in English, except sometimes the last one that's together with Formula One, but we show all the other rounds, and then we have 3 endurance races. And this, as Carlos explained before, is where the music shows will happen after the race. That's Miguel Paludo there saying hello to the camera. He's a little bit worried there. He's happy because they are in first, but they lost all their advantage. That no driver would be that, you know, happy about it, even though there are some cars between them, Carlos. That helps a little bit, you know. So let's wait and see. I don't think they are going to do the wave around, right? In Porsche Cup, I don't think there is a wave around. I'm not sure now, Carlos, if you have this information, but I think
that's not the case.
Yeah, anyway, Marcel Miller got a lot closer to Alan Hellmeister, but he'll have these back markers there between them too. Oh, that's the commemoration of 75 years of Porsche brand, you know, of Porsche cars. So they are painting it. That's what they're doing there.
And it's getting nice. The rear part of the car isn't getting ready still, so they are still doing the job there. But the front part of the car, we can see that it is already quite close to being finished, as we have a Porsche above a Combi there, as we call the Volkswagen wagon there. But anyway, nice celebrations of the birthday of Porsche, 75 years of a lot of success. And we are talking about the racing series of the most produced race cars in the world, and very safe as well. We have to highlight that after especially what happened with Fefo Barrichello in Thursday street practice. A big crash, but he's okay and racing in this 500 kilometers race this Sunday. Let's see if we have green flag this time.
Yeah, we'll have. The safety car had already their lights off, so the cars are preparing to race again. Alan Hellmeister leads the pack. And again, it's green, green, green. Alan Hellmeister hits the throttle at the very beginning of the main straight in Interlagos. And there he is. There we have a race again. And let's see how fast Marcel Miller is going to be able to overtake the back markers. For sure, it won't take long. Look at him already overtaking 2 cars apparently there. That's a battle there going on. Oh, someone, was that Marcel Miller? Let's double check there, but someone went really well. No, that was Fefo Barrichello. Marcel Miller is the 4th car now, I believe. Yeah, it's Marcel Miller right there. He's second in the race, but he was the 4th car there on the visual, so he was able to overtake at least 2 or 3 cars, Carlos, at the very restart of this race. Very nice job.
Yeah, and we have the drive-through penalty being applied to car number 14 after the incident with Danilo Girani's 139. Let me double check who was driving the car number 14, but I believe it was Bruno Xavier And we saw the replay of that incident a couple of moments ago. But as you said, it's important for Marcel Miller to dispatch the back markers as soon as he can so that he can mark Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister that is currently driving the car number 7. If he gets close to the car number 7, then the title will be guaranteed. Also because also Feldman and Guilherme Salas, they had that puncture, so they lost a lot of ground in the dispute as well.
Yeah, Ricardo Zonta and Werner Neugebauer, currently Zonta is driving. They are in the 16th position. So it's really, really bad, their situation. And they are showing one lap behind, Carlos. So they are one lap behind. So that's really a huge gap for them to overtake. And we have already Marcel Miller. There are no cars between him and leader Alan Hellmeister. There you have car number 8, but he's one lap behind. And there we have Alan Hellmeister and Marcel Miller. Let's follow very close their lap times. We still have some time until they have go to the pits for the third mandatory pit stop. So remember, they have 5 mandatory pit stops. They already have done 2 pit stops. As we see, the 111 to their 111 who lost ground, had problems, and it's behind. It's in the 30th position. Currently is being driven by Fefo Barrichello.
Yeah, we'll see a replay there, and we are on lap 56, Sergio. The stage will end in lap 59, so we have to pay attention to that. A lot of points being distributed already in the stage, and apparently Alan Hellmeister will lead the way when we have a lap number 59. But of course, considering that Marcel Miller and Enzo Dias Miller currently driving are quite close, it won't be that bad for them. It was indeed a very good safety car for the car number 544.
Last lap, Marcel Miller was slightly faster than Alan Hellmeister. Actually, somewhat faster. He was 0.6 of a second faster, and now the difference between the two is 2 seconds. Look at that battle going over there is for the 8th position. Thiago Vivacqua is in the Porsche number 29, and then Nicolas Costa also, he is this year's champion of the Porsche Sprint Championship. So nice work by Nicolas Costa, and then Caio Collet is also on this battle. So it's a very, very nice battle going on, and Thiago Vivacqua end up losing 2 positions there.
Yeah, the good thing about the deployment of the safety car is that we will see a lot of trains of cars side by side, close to each other. Battle for position is something that we will be seeing at least until the end of this stint. And 2 laps to go to the end of the first stage.
Thiago Vivacqua there receiving all the pressure. It has Nicolas Costa. Now Nicolas Costa gets ahead of him. He got ahead of him. He lost the position, but Nicolas Costa now definitely is ahead of Thiago Vivacqua, and he advances there.
Thiago Vivacqua, also a driver with international experience. He has raced recently in the DTM Trophy Championship and has done a couple of races in the Stock Car Pro Series in Brazil as well.
Last lap, Carlos Hellmeister was really, this time, really slightly faster than Marcel Miller, 1/10 of a second. Pretty much their difference between the 2 cars remain around 2 seconds, 2.099, so 2.1 seconds ahead of Marcel Miller as they approach for their third mandatory pit stop. And good surprise there, still good surprise, is Peter Ferter in the 3rd position, he who races with Diego Nunes, and in the 4th position is Beto Grassi, and in 5th, Francisco Horta.
Yeah, and we can see that Eduardo Menossi lost a lot of ground, especially after the deployment of the safety car. The cars that were way behind got closer, and then he dropped to 6th position behind Francisco Horta. So Gabriel Casagrande will have to be very fast in the following stint as does Pedro Boesel, that had a pretty decent second stint as Casagrande highlighted, but Peter Ferter definitely one of the men of the race today, to say the least. Let's see if he manages to be competitive until the end of his participation in this 500 kilometers race.
Yeah, as we are in the middle of the race, because we start the 59th lap, so it's total of 117 laps. So we are in the middle of the race. And that's a pretty good pace, I would say. We had almost 2 hours of racing so far, 153. And that is one of the first cars to stop is number 3. I believe it's with Franco Giaffoni. And then it will, the driver Rubens Barrichello will take over this car. Let me just double check here. Yes, it's Franco Giaffoni, and he will be substituted by Rubens Barrichello, who himself had a great stint. Franco Giaffoni goes to the pits in the 10th position. Oh, look at that. Good battle there going on, Carlos.
Yeah, very good battle indeed. Car number 87, and the white car is number 9, I believe.
I think it's Caio Collet.
Yeah.
No, I think it's Caio Collet, yeah.
Caio Collet, that is teammate in this round of Edu Guedes and Renan Pizzi, and that's him in the car battling against Nicolas Costa, as you explained, the sprint champion of Porsche Carrera Cup in 2023. So very nice battle between very accomplished drivers. Caio Collet, Formula 3 driver, and Costa, the Porsche champion in the sprint races in this year. So they are getting a little bit elbowy there, but so far so good, at least in my view, inside the rules.
Yeah, Caio Collet, who might be in his way to Formula Indy, right, Carlos? Or at least to the, not to Formula Indy itself, but Indy Next, right?
Yeah, he's in the road to Indy, if we can say so.
Road to Indy, yeah.
Yeah, in the next, the former Indy Lights, he has tested in the next car this week, I believe, and was very fast. So maybe switching his focus to the US after an interesting period in Europe. He was runner-up in Euro Formula, if I'm not wrong, the Formula Renault Euro Cup that has been merged with the Formula 3 Regional, and now is Freca. Now racing Formula 3, but didn't have such a competitive season in 2023. And now an issue with car number 3 there.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'm sure all cars are suffering with that. And at this point, Hellmeister was able now to really open the gap. It's 2.8, the difference from him to Marcel Miller. And Marcel Miller has a difference of almost 10 seconds of ahead of Peter Ferter. So pretty much right now, Carlos, we are seeing that the battle for the win right now, of course, many things can happen, is between the car number 7 and the Porsche number 544.
Yeah, and we have to remember that strategy call when we think about the tires that Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller did in the beginning of the race, with Enzo Elias running with older tires in his first stint. So maybe they will have a tire advantage in the final part of the race. But until there, maybe we will have rain. A lot of things can happen, and we have to wait and see.
We see there, that's not a battle for position going on there. That's the car from Leo Sanchez, Attila Abreu, and Vitor Meira. That's right behind the 544. And we see Alan Hellmeister. Now the difference is over 3 seconds. So his last lap was 1:38.100. and Marcel Miller had a lap of 1:38.376. So it was over 2.5 tenths of a second. Interferter is still in the third position. And many cars are already in the pits, Carlos. Many cars went to the pits. So we see again, we have still 5 minutes. And look, Marcel Miller goes to the pits. Marcel Miller goes to the pits. And I understand the statics, Carlos. We see that Alan Hellmeister, who seems to me that he's being a little bit faster than Miguel Paludo, he is staying as long as possible. In the first stint, he stayed up to the last minute, right behind Rafael Suzuki, and now he's doing the same thing. And remember, when Miguel Paludo went to the pit stop, it was not right at the end of the window for the pit stop.
Yeah, that's the advantage that duo of drivers with both of them very accomplished they have, because they can feel which driver is performing a little bit more and then extend the stint of this driver. It seems to be the case in the car number 7. Alan Hellmeister, very competitive, and Miguel Paludo is being consistent as well. But anyway, you allow Alan to have a couple of laps more, and of course, Enzo and Marcel Miller can do the same, but apparently they are matching their performance, even though we have to remember that Enzo was running with old tires, so we cannot judge his pace that much. And we saw the confirmation there of a penalty for car number 14.
Which is being driven by Luis Landi and Bruno Xavier. I think, is he going to do one more lap? I think he'll do one more lap. No, he's going to the pits. So Alan Hellmeister is going to the pits. And right now, as far as I have here, Francisco Horta stays on the track unless he goes behind Alan Hellmeister. It's not him there behind Alan Hellmeister. But if he stays on the track, he'll have the lead. There we have number 7. Look how he quickly opens there to give some fresh air there inside. Carlos, they really need to refresh. It's been very, very hot today. Actually, in Brazil, we are not in summer yet, but it's been a very, very hot all around Brazil, in pretty much all Brazilian states. If we don't have a hot wave, we have rains in the south of Brazil, and in São Paulo we have rains at the end of the day. So it's very complicated weather right now.
Yeah, and actually it got hotter, Sergio. In the beginning of the broadcast, we saw air temperature around 32 degrees Celsius at Interlagos, and now I double-checked here, 34 degrees Celsius. Wow. Apart from the heat inside the car, and the fact that the track temperature is also higher. We already have 63 laps of racing, and the last time they informed the track temperature, it was around 50 degrees Celsius, if I'm not wrong. In the beginning of the event, it was something close to 44 degrees Celsius. So it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and maybe we can have rain. I don't want it to happen because it may spoil the end of the race, in which we can expect some battles in wet conditions. Maybe if we have a safety car or something like that, as we did in last year's 500 kilometers race of Interlagos, it won't be that nice. But anyway, very, very hot indeed.
Yeah, and there we saw Francisco Horta going to the pits. I believe he was the last one. Nelson Marcondes, I think, didn't go to the pits yet. And right now we show pretty much all the drivers in the pit. So unless they went back already to the track, we have Rubens Barrichello. He is back to the car number 3. Of course, we have to wait until all the cars leave the pits, so we have a clear situation of what's going on in terms of positions. And at least this time, number 7 is changing their tires, Carlos.
Yeah, the tire strategy will be very important, especially when we think about the final part of the race, and we still have a lot of racing to come. Of course, I believe they are concerned about the weather conditions, but it doesn't make sense now to think that it will rain because so far we don't have indications of heavy clouds and so on. So focus on the wet conditions, and they have to be fast straight away. Marcel Miller and Enzo Diaz, they can manage a little bit more their situation because they have the lead of the championship, but eventually they can attack Miguel Paludo and Marcel Miller in order to get the race win and clinch the title with another victory. But anyway, the situation seems a little bit more favorable to Paludo and Hellmeister even after the safety car.
And lots of cars are going back to the track now, the ones who went to the pits right at the beginning of the pit stop window. We see there Edu Menossi in the number 85. It seems it's him. Let's wait, because sometimes we have a little bit of a difference. And Enzo Elias is back. Enzo Elias is back to the track. We see this nice camera following Enzo Elias there.
Yeah, the drone,
nice. The drone, of course. But it's very nice. It keeps pretty much the same speed there. And Enzo Elias. And let's wait and see how Paludo will go back regarding to Enzo Elias. And yes, it's Edu Menossi behind him. There you see Edu Menossi in the number 85. Doing a very nice work, actually. This team of Edu Menossi, Pedro Boesel, and Gabriel Casagrande. And now we see 544 going back to the track.
Luc, aparentemente tudo certo aqui com o carro do Miguel Paludo e do Hellmeister. Daqui a pouco eles estão saindo já.
Yeah, just Rodolfo Santos, one of our pit reporters, informing that apparently everything is okay with car number 7, and Paludo will rejoin the track shortly. They're just waiting for that 6-minute period there in which they have to be stationary in the pits.
This is Miguel Paludo going back to the track. So let's see how he fares up to Enzo Elias, who went to the pits in second. Miguel Paludo went in first. Actually, Alan Hellmeister went in first, did go in first, and then Marcel Miller in second. But now the cars are being driven by Miguel Paludo and Enzo Elias.
And look at that, only 1 second of safety margin there, Sergio. 6 minutes and 1 second of pit.
Yeah, I'm not sure Miguel Paludo returned first. Let's see. There's Enzo Elias. I think he might lose the position. No, he didn't lose the position. But no. Enzo Elias will show there. No, he didn't lose. There is Enzo Elias. So there is still a gap between them. And now it will be up to Miguel Paludo to stay ahead, or to Enzo Elias to get close and try to overtake Miguel Paludo. This is a battle of two rivals last year, Carlos, in the championship race. Enzo Elias had the best of it. He was the champion in 2022 of the Porsche Cup Sprint Championship, but Miguel Paludo is for sure, Carlos, the most accomplished driver in the category history so far. So it's a great battle between them. Miguel Paludo, a veteran, a very experienced veteran, and Enzo Elias, the young gun, you know, the guy who is pretty much in the beginning, I would say, of his career, even though he's been accomplishing a lot, and he has lots ahead of him. And he's very ambitious, of course, and as he should be, because of his talent, that definitely he has it.
Yeah, that's it. And almost 20 years of gap in terms of age between the two drivers. Enzo Elias has 21 years old. Miguel Paludo already in his 40s, but still very competitive. And as you said, the most accomplished driver in this series history. The guy with most titles, most race wins. So definitely he needs to be respected. But Enzo Elias, as you explained, Sergio, a young gun that has been accomplishing a lot of things in motorsport already. The sprint championship winner of 2022, already driving the Stock Car Pro Series alongside Nelson Piquet Jr., so a new challenge for him. But it will be nice to watch this fight, and they have the free track for them to fight for position there. So let's see if Enzo Elias will be able to catch up.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Carlos, because I know you follow up very close this Brazilian stock car. How is Enzo Elias faring in his first year there?
He's struggling a bit. It's always very difficult to adapt to the series. We have just a communication of the penalty for car number 16 after the incident with car number 27. But Enzo Elias, the first thing is that he has a very competitive teammate that is Nelson Piquet Jr., a guy that has race wins and so on, and of course has the full comprehension of the team. They are racing for the Crown TMG team in the Stock Car Pro Series. The team is still struggling a bit in terms of consistency, but Nelson already knows the series for quite a while, has been a full-time driver in the Stock Car Pro Series for 5 years, if I'm not wrong. So that already presents a challenge for Enzo Elias. And apart from that, his adaptation to the car, it's quite different from the Porsche cars. It's slower, heavier, doesn't have such a big downforce as the Porsche cars have. It's not that big, the Porsche cars, compared to Formula 1, for example, but the stock cars have no downforce at all, so it's a different way of driving as well. And apart from that, Enzo Elias has been collected in some incidents, which is normal for the guys that are in the middle of the pack of the Stock Car Pro Series. It's a quite crazy series and a lot of accidents throughout the round. So just to mention his position in the championship standings in this moment, he's currently, let me double check here, Enzo Elias, P28 in the championship standings with 55 points, sorry, to his name. Nelson Piquet Jr., for example, is P13 with 175.
Yeah, so definitely there is a huge gap between them, but we have to remember, as you said, that Nelson Piquet, other than being very experienced as a race car driver, we mentioned that, raced in many categories, he's been 5 years, right, in the stock car, and that's the first year for Enzo Elias. Anyway, going back to the track, we still have Francisco Horta ahead of the race, but he's still in the pits, and Miguel Paludo will assume the first position ahead of Enzo Elias, with Diego Nunes will be third, Carlos. And let's see what Diego Nunes will be able to do, you know, in the next laps, because he was really fast in his first stint. He's doing his second stint right now, and he's in third. He will be in third. This team has been doing a very, very nice job. They started the race in fifth, and even though now they show in fourth, they will be third, and now they will be third right after Francisco Horta falls behind. That will happen like in this lap. So that's interesting. The difference right now, Carlos, between Miguel Paludo and Enzo Elias is 4 seconds, 0.5. So we saw, considering that Paludo's last lap was a little bit slower than Enzo Elias' lap, this difference was built when the increase of the difference between these two cars was built when Alan Hellmeister stayed on track for a few more laps than Marcel Miller.
Yeah, apparently situation under control for Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller, thinking about the championship standings. Of course, Paludo and Hellmeister will try to win the race, but they want something else, the title, even though that depends on a bad result for car number 544. We are seeing car number 14 paying a drive-through penalty, and as you said, it will be interesting to see Diego Nunes' performance in the next few laps. And we talked about Nelson Piquet Jr., a former Formula One driver with a very interesting period in GP2. He was actually runner-up to Lewis Hamilton, and Diego Nunes, also a former GP2 driver, very competitive one. And just to mention a little bit more about Enzo Elias' campaign in the stock cars, he's ahead of Tony Kanaan, IndyCar champion and an Indy 500 winner. So that just shows how competitive that series is, and Enzo, of course, is still adapting as is natural. But anyway, thinking about the fight for the lead of the race in the Carrera class, as we see on the screen now, Paludo ahead of the pack, Diego Nunes and Peter Ferter leading the sport class, and Edu Guedes, Renan Pizzi, and Caio Collet leading in the rookie class. It will be very nice to see if Diego Nunes will be able to challenge the cars ahead. And just to mention the situation in the Challenge Championship, Sadaki Leite and Carboni leading overall. They also participate in the sport class championship, and in the rookie, Luis Souza and Bruno Bonifacio ahead of the pack.
Yeah, and this car is exactly Edu Guedes, who is leading the rookie class. He is 8th overall. Caio Collet did a great work when he took the car, and Nelson Monteiro is right behind Edu Guedes, but Nelson Monteiro is from the sport class. So tendency is that eventually Nelson Monteiro will overtake Edu Guedes, but anyway, it's been a great work by the team of this car number 9, this Porsche number 9, and behind these two drivers we have Rodrigo Melo, who is around 5.5 seconds behind these two cars. So there is a gap there that, you know, at least even if Rodrigo Melo is faster, Rodrigo Melo is from the main Carrera Cup category, but Rodrigo Melo, you know, at least you have to take a little bit of a time to get close to them. And that's William Freire that took over the place of Francisco Horta. William Freire right now is in the 5th position, and he has behind them Rubens Barrichello. Rubens Barrichello, who is in 6th position right now, doing a great work in the car number 3.
Yeah, Rubens Barrichello, teammate of Franco Giaffoni, that was the sport class.
Para contar pra gente por que aconteceu o pit stop acima dos 6 minutos.
Bom, com o toque que a gente teve aqui no meu stint nas últimas voltas, acabou desalinhando o carro. Então, quando a gente foi trocar de piloto agora, entre o Danilo e o Célio, a gente foi alinhar o carro e acabou perdendo uma volta.
Tá bom, obrigado, Antonella. Seu Luc.
We heard from Antonella Bassani, the sprint champion of 2023, making her debut in the endurance championship alongside Célio Brasil and Danilo Girani. We had the pit stop in which Danilo Girani gave the car to Célio Brasil, and Antonella Bassani was asked about the fact that the pit stop was longer than the 6-minute mandatory pit window there, and she explained that after that touch that she received, that actually made the rival driver take a drive-through penalty there. The car was a bit out of tune there, and they were setting up the car for the next stint to have a better performance. So that's why it was a little longer there in the pits.
Miguel Paludo overtaking some back markers. Shows he is right behind it. You know, that car. Because both him and Enzo Elias, Carlos, they cannot lose time between back markers, which is happening right now to Miguel Paludo. You know, look at that, all the pressure. He has to keep cool because he can't touch this car or he might receive a penalty. So, you know, he finally gets the position, and that definitely might help Enzo Elias, who is there behind. Let's see how Enzo Elias fares overtake. And this is 3rd place, Diego Nunes. This 3rd place, Diego Nunes in the Porsche number 56, doing a great race as well. And last lap, Carlos, he was faster than Enzo Elias. Wow, going off track. That was number 15, right? Yes, Luis Sanchez.
Yeah, that's it. Apparently, completely alone there. Leonardo Sanchez lost the back end of the car and then spun. The good thing for him is that he was able to rejoin the track very fastly there.
Yeah, Leonardo Sanchez, not Luis, as I said. You're right. So there we have, again, showing Miguel Paludo. And then Enzo Elias. Let's see how they fare. But what I was going to say, Carlos, is that Diego Nunes has been consistently faster than Paludo and Enzo Elias. That might be due to the tires. He might have a newer tire, but anyway, his difference is still significant to Enzo Elias. So you really have to work hard to get to second place Enzo Elias. For you to have an idea, last lap of Enzo Elias was 138.308 and Diego Nunes was 137.474. So he's flying really with his car.
Yeah, that's nice, and they have the conditions to fight for an overall top 3 there. As we saw on the screen previously, they are from the sport class, as we see there a chat between Ruben Carrapatoso, the engineer with the phone there, and Jorge Frangoulis, teammate of Cesar Ramos. Interesting chat, by the way. Ruben Carrapatoso is a former karting world champion. Actually won his title against Fernando Alonso, so a very accomplished driver, already now making his switch to engineering and driver coaching. But anyway, Diego Nunes and Peter Ferter have good chances to a top 3 overall, which would be very nice given the fact that they are from the sport class. But we see that the sport class cars are in a good condition compared to the Carrera ones, also because we had punctures for cars number 8 driven by Zonta and Neugbauer, and also number 1 driven by Guilherme Salas and also Feldman. So they lost a lot of ground, and Rodrigo Melo and Thiago Vivacqua, another car from the main Carrera class, they are not that competitive so far. So it will be a podium with a lot of cars from the intermediate classes.
Yeah, and now Enzo Elias had a little bit of a hard time there behind the 27. That's being driven by Josimar Jr. Finally, Josimar Jr. gave him the position, the back marker, of course, and let's see what's going on now. And as we are in the 71st lap of the race, of a total of 117, so it's 46 to go. In a little bit, no, we still have some time, Carlos, for the next pit stops. We have some time there for that will be the 4th mandatory pit stop that we are waiting for.
Yeah, we are already past halfway of the race, and so far a fast race, I would say. Only 1 safety car deployment, a clean race, even though we had some incidents, punctures, spins here and there, but no interruptions, and a good racing throughout the whole pack with a lot of fights for position. An interesting dynamic ahead when we think about the fight for the race win and the titles throughout different championships and classes as well. But we have to remember that the race started with car number 70 leading the way with Rafael Suzuki and Lucas Salles. Eventually, they had to retire the car. Then the situation got good for other competitors until Miguel Paludo and Alan Raumeister settled for the lead of the race, of course capitalizing on the issue that we saw with car number 70. But Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller still have the chance to win the race.
Yeah, and once again, Enzo Elias was a little bit faster than Miguel Paludo. The gap for the first time is under 4 seconds between these two drivers. As we see, number 25, Paulo Souza, Carlos, remember, he was touched in the beginning of the race, he spun, and right now he is in the 12th position. So a great race. Of course, they took advantage somewhat of some cars that already quit the race, but they got 12 positions. So it was a very, very nice recuperation from the beginning of the race. As we see, there's a Ramos there, which is also a professional driver, going a little bit wide there, but he was able to recuperate, even though it was not the best moment for Cesar Ramos.
Yeah, braked a little bit too late. And nice point about car number 25, Paulo Souza being partnered with Galido Osman and Bia Figueiredo, a very strong trio of drivers. Souza, not that skilled, gentleman driver, but very experienced. And the other two, whoa!
Oh, look at that. And that's second for him, huh? Second that he gets touched, I mean.
Yeah, that compromises the whole effort, gaining 12 positions instead after that first incident. Let's see the replay, because I think they were both too optimistic in the approach of the corner there, Sergio. I don't know your opinion, but Paulo Souza closed a little bit too much the door there to Leo Sanchez, that went a bit wide in the sense that he was in the middle of the track, not exactly in the inside line. So weird incident there.
Number 66 we saw there is being driven by Fabio Carboni, and right now he leads the challenge race. So he's 16th overall, and he leads the challenge race. Behind him we have Bruno Bonifacio in the challenge dispute for the win in this race. And that's exactly Bruno Bonifacio there, Carlos. That's Porsche number 2. That's the battle for first position in the sprint challenge race. And overall, these two drivers are actually 18th and 19th.
Yeah, and they almost touched each other. It's interesting to see their overall positions, because that just shows how many retirements or issues the drivers from the Carrera Championship had throughout this 500 kilometers race, already reaching the 75 lap mark there in the next two laps. So Sadaki Leite and Fabio Carboni, a very interesting duo, and what a weekend so far for Luis Souza and Bruno Bonifacio. They led one of the practice sessions and have been showing speed throughout the whole activities in Interlagos. We had practice sessions from Thursday already, and let's see who manages to get it on top. And so far, a very good race in the whole pack. I have to highlight this once more, because sometimes we see an interesting battle ahead of the pack in the front of the grid, but now in this particular race, a lot of battle for positions throughout the whole pack.
We see again Fabio Carboni. Fabio Carboni, we know, is a very fast driver. He is in the 18th position. Ahead of him, we have Piero Cifali. Piero Cifali is in the Carrera Cup rookie class. There he is, Piero Cifali, in that blue and yellow Porsche. Carboni might yet get another position. Oh, look at the clouds, Carlos.
Yeah.
Do you know by heart which is this, Billings or Guarapiranga?
I don't know. But was looking to the clouds. I have to say that they aren't that heavy, and
almost, son, he spun. Enzo Elias spun. He might lose the second position. Let's see if he's able to recuperate. What a pity for Enzo Elias. And problems there with the car that's 67. No, that's 57. That's 57. Márcio Mauro. Wow.
With a back marker, what happened?
I can't believe Márcio Mauro did this to Enzo Elias. No, Enzo Elias went a little bit wide, didn't he, Carlos? I had a little bit of this impression.
I think so. He went a bit to the right there when they were approaching the apex of the lake corner there, as we call in Brazil. Yeah, let's wait and see once more. You see that Márcio Mauro is going to the right, and Enzo Elias goes even more to the right. So he points his car to the direction in which Marcio Mauro is. So if there's anyone to blame, I would say that it is Enzo Elias. Of course, probably the blue flag was being waved for Marcio Mauro, but Enzo has to be cautious as well. He's fighting for the title and the race win. And now, of course, it compromises the whole effort of the car number 57, currently being driven by Marcio Mauro, a teammate of Ramon Alcaraz. But was it necessary? That's the point. Why did he go to the right in order to have, I don't know, a better racing line there? He would overtake Marcio Mauro, was going to the right to allow the overtaking maneuver.
Yeah, I don't know, because for me, Carlos, Marcio Mauro was, if he went far to the right there, he would go off track pretty much. You know, he was very close to going off track.
That's the point.
That was my impression, you know. So,
I agree.
With all due respect to the talent of Enzo Elias, it was a mistake by him.
Yeah, and independently of what the stewards will judge, the guy is fighting for the title. He has to be cautious and fighting for the title in a comfortable situation when we look to the championship standing. So he didn't need to risk that maneuver there. And as you said, if Marcio Mauro went more to the right there, he would go to the grass. So, yeah, if there's anyone to blame, even with the possibility of the blue flag being waved to Marcio Mauro, I would say that it is Enzo Elias. Of course, I wouldn't penalize Elias if I was a steward, but that's my impression of the incident.
Yeah, I agree with you, Carlos. And apparently there was no major issue for the Porsche of Enzo Elias. And if it is like that, he will be in a comfortable situation for the championship. Of course, if there is any issue that arises from that touch, then there might be a problem.
Yeah, but we have to see what the stewards will decide, because I said that I wouldn't penalize Enzo Elias based on the incident itself, but sometimes the stewards, they take into account the outcome of the incident, and we saw that Marcio car was really wrecked.
Para poder entender o que tinha acontecido desde o momento do toque. E falei com o Serginho Troia aqui, a única coisa que ele me falou é, pois ele falou, é 4.0, não tô entendendo, enfim, não teve nada, nenhuma falha no carro, não foi isso. Acredito que tenha sido, não sei, uma distração, ou ele achou que tinha espaço, enfim, não sabemos. Precisamos esperar ele falar com a gente.
Nice interview there. Actually, Renata Diniz bringing what she talked with Sergio Troy, Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller's engineer, as we once more see the replay of the incident. She asked Troy if he saw any problem with the car, with the data that he has access to in the pit garage. He said that there's nothing wrong, and he says that possibly it was a distraction from Enzo Elias. So even in his pit carriage, the guys are not putting the blame on Marcio Mauro, and I think that's right. There's no way to blame Marcio Mauro for what happened, as we once more saw the replay of the incident.
Yeah, Enzo Elias fell to 5th position, but he did a good lap. His last lap was really good, so apparently he is okay. And that battle we saw there right before, Carlos, between the 77 and the 888 is actually the battle for 3rd position, because now we have Diego Nunes in 2nd, Miguel Paludo is 1st, Diego Nunes in 2nd, 8.8 seconds behind Miguel Paludo. Then we have Lineu Pires and William Freire, 888 and 77, with a minimum difference between them, as we see Diego Nunes going for the 4th mandatory pit stop, and he's going to give the car to Peter Ferter.
Yeah, and I don't know if Nunes was using an old set of tires there, but he could have extended this stint of his. So maybe the early pit stop has to do with the tire strategy as well, as Peter Ferter goes back to the car. And that fight that you mentioned, it is interesting. And throughout the whole class, the sport class especially, it has been a very competitive race. We are focusing, of course, in the front runners in the moment, Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister. Now Enzo Elias lost a bit of ground, has dropped to 5th, but William Freire fighting against Lineu Pires for the 3rd spot overall. And now that Nunes has pitted, they will overtake. Of course, then they will be overtaken because of their particular pit stop. And all of a sudden, Rubens Barrichello will be close to Enzo Elias. So let's see if something happens there. Right between Rubens, his stock car rival, Gabriel Casagrande. So the race is getting more and more interesting. And this incident, of course, sad, not for the ideal one for Elias and Miller, but it adds a little bit of emotion to the final stages of the race. And now Rubens.
Rubens going to the pits. As we see, once again, Miguel Paludo, who remains in the first position. So Miguel Paludo is taking longer to make his pit stop in relation to the other drivers, right, that are battling with him.
And so far, no communications from the stewards about the incident between Elias and Mauro. Is that right, Sergio? We saw that they are investigating, but no decision yet.
Exactly, yeah. Miguel Paludo overtaking one more back marker. It was Piero Cifali. Problems with number 15. Is it a tire or it's engine problems, Carlos?
I think engine.
I think it's an engine problem for number 15.
Yeah, the smoke getting out from the center of the car, that indicates that it is an engine problem.
Let's see if he's able to go to a safe area. Apparently he did so. No, not really.
Yeah, not really.
Not really.
Let's see if the rescue team is able to pull over the car before the deployment of the safety car, or the race director can use just a local yellow flag there.
And that has to be considering the entrance to the pit stop. So, because I would say it's time to go to the pits, right? I mean, it would be, you don't want to be in the middle of a safety car while the other guys are running 6 minutes inside the pit stop. And because it would take forever for you to do one lap. So, I don't know, for being prudent, I would go to the pits right now, just in case.
Oh, I agree. But I think that they will be able to remove the car there without any stoppage in the race, interruption, or even a safety car deployment.
Oh, look at that.
You're wrong.
Look at that, yes. Uh-oh.
But I think they could deploy a local yellow flag there. Or
they didn't.
Yes, or it is a part of the track in which they don't have any rescue vehicle there in order to pull over the car. So we thought initially that Sanchez would be able to go to the exit of the runoff area there, but I think his engine blew before he could do that. So safety car deployed.
Yeah, I would say, Carlos, it's hard to say for sure right now, but Miguel Paludo might have lost a little bit of a time because the yellow flag, the safety car, so probably no, they would have to get slower on the track because of the all-track yellow flag, and he was able to go to the pits, but at the last part of the lap, he might have gone slower because of the yellow flag for all the track.
Yeah, not ideal, but as you said, the good thing, if we can put to a positive perspective, is that he got only part of the track with the yellow flag because the safety car was deployed after he was in the intermediate sector. So lost a bit of time, but not that much. Now these guys that are going back to the pits, they will lose more time to the track. Sorry, they will lose more time. Yeah, an engine issue, Sergio. No puncture.
Yeah, clearly, because when you see the smoke behind the car, but I mean, Carlos, we know when we say it's not because we are broadcasting a Porsche Cup race, but it's well known. It's well known that Porsche is one of the, it's not one of, it's the most reliable sports car in the world. That's for sure.
Yeah,
That's
no
for sure.
doubt.
It's the most reliable. And considering how hot is Interlagos right now, how warm is the weather, I think it's pretty awesome. You see that there is only one major problem with engine so far. It's really incredible. We had a race with 35 cars
Vamos
starting.
falar com ele. O Enzo Elias
Of
saiu
course,
bem chateado do
some
carro.
are out
Não
for
para
other
menos, mas
reasons,
eu queria que você
as
explicasse o que aconteceu
we
ali.
hear from Enzo Elias.
Fui passar um retardatário. Eu ainda não analisei o incidente para poder entender se foi algo culposo, se foi culpa minha, se foi culpa dele. Precisa realmente ver. Eu, na minha concepção, freiei onde deveria frear, com calma, não freiei, não me joguei nem nada.
Freou lado a lado.
Freiei lado a lado ali com ele. Eu sinto que os retardatários, principalmente de outras categorias, tinham que se sensibilizar um pouquinho mais, principalmente na briga da vitória da corrida, de ver que os carros estão chegando, já estava do lado a lado. Mas enfim, eu não sei te dizer exatamente o que aconteceu, eu vou analisar agora. É uma pena pelo resultado, mas se eu não me engano a gente ainda está dentro de uma zona que não depende dos outros. Se a gente terminar entre os 5 primeiros a gente ainda leva o título, então é isso que a gente vai focar para fazer agora.
Enzo, obrigada por falar com a gente. Luke?
Yeah, we heard from Enzo Elias. He was asked about the incident with Márcio Mauro. As we see, not amicable chat there between Miguel Paludo and his engineer, but that's part of racing as well. Anyway, Enzo Elias tried to explain what happened in the incident, but he said himself that he didn't watch the replay. As now we have the safety car in and green flag once more, but just to translate quickly what said Enzo Elias, he said that he didn't brake in an improper manner. He was side by side with the back marker that was Márcio Mauro, and in his view, at least this initial opinion of his concerning the incident, he didn't do anything different, but he didn't blame anyone or didn't blame himself. He said that he has to watch the replay, and I think that's a nice way to behave himself after an incident. He could be blaming the back marker already, but he will try to analyze what happened watching the replay. But as in our view, it's more his blame than anything to do with Márcio Mauro's driving there.
Marcel Miller is going back to the track, so we are going to have again, let's see where he comes back. He went to the pits, he was in 5th after I think, Carlos, when he sees it, you see, I mean, he complained overall about the back markers. He did an overall complaint, and I kind of agree with him. We saw that Miguel Paludo had problems overtaking a back marker, then right after Enzo Elias also had a problem, back marker that could have opened the gap for him. But in this particular case, I don't think it was a problem of the back marker.
Yeah.
I don't think it was in this case.
His overall complaint is very common in not just this series, but a lot of categories worldwide. The leaders are always a bit pissed off with the back markers, but there we have the penalty. Drive-through penalty for Marcel Miller will need to pay this drive-through penalty, so it makes sense considering the criteria that the stewards have been adopting throughout the race. We saw a lot of drive-through penalties because of incidents that were caused by a driving mistake or driving misbehavior or so, but a harsh penalty. And just to mention another part of Enzo Elias' interview that I forgot to translate, he said that they would be in a safe zone considering the title shot if they were in the top 5 or something like that. Now, with the drive-through penalty, it will be a little bit more complicated. So.
Yeah, even though I think, because I don't know what who he's considering, but right now, I would say the only driver that has a mathematical chance of being the champion is Miguel Paludo, because all the others, the car number 8 is way behind. It's in the 13th position. Let's say he's still in the pits, but he's behind. The car 111 is behind. So
that's
Miguel
Paludo and
and Paludo is way behind him, Carlos. That's what I'm thinking. So maybe he was thinking 5th position regarding car number 8, for example, the Porsche number 8. And they will stay ahead of Porsche number 8, even after the drive-through. I believe we'll have to wait and see. But I believe they should be able to stay behind, ahead of car number 8. So I think right now they have their hands on the title. Of course, we have to consider that there is a result to be discarded, right? And Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister didn't score any points in the last race in Termas de Rio Hondo. So that will, that makes a difference there.
Yeah, but that's the point. In a way, they gain with the fact that they didn't score points because they don't lose points when the results are discarded. They are in the same situation with the discarded results or without 94 points for them. And Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller, they lose points. They drop to 121. So depending on what happens, maybe Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister will be able to pass the car number 544 in the championship standings. But let's see where Marcel Miller will rejoin the track and how the whole grid will be organized after the pit window. And one important thing, just to complete the thought here, Sergio, is that Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller, they were second when the points of the segment, the stage, were awarded. So that may be very helpful as well for them.
Yes. For sure, because I would say probably the result they might discard is this final result today, depending on where they finish. That might be the result that they will discard. But of course, it's a lot of points. We have to remember that this race gives more points than the other races. But that makes it interesting, but good for them, because I would say that it didn't bring any major problem for the car. Let's say if they had a punctured tire due to the accident, they would have lost a lot more time, plus the penalty. So it would have been really bad for him in that case, and it didn't happen. So he was able, it was bad, but I would say they were able to avoid the worst.
An amendable bad, not a decisive bad, maybe.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah, we have to wait and see what happens. And one important thing that we have to take into account is that when they pay the drive-through penalty, they will rejoin the grid in the middle of the pack. So the chance of another incident is big, and possibly they will have to charge. So go for it, push, and try to overtake a lot of cars. So the risk is on their side right now. And for Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister, they are already leading the race. They already won the points of the segment, the stage. So they have to focus on their race and see what happens with their rivals.
And now, Carlos, it makes a reasonably comfortable situation for Miguel Paludo, but it's not a sure shot. And Alan Hellmeister, I mean, because right now I think we should have Alan Hellmeister, right? Because Miguel Paludo was driving as we saw him out of the car. So Alan Hellmeister is leading the race. This is the one before the last stint, the final stint. It's been done by Alan Hellmeister. So they have to avoid any problems, because so far they are one of the few cars who didn't have any problem today.
I think there was a touch there between car number 87 and Marcel Miller. We have to wait and see the replay, but a fierce fight there for position. He have to be careful, these guys, especially the ones that aren't fighting for the title overall. But anyway, what a race, and we had already 84 laps, and I have to say, Sergio, I'm impressed because it seems that we aren't that tired compared to the previous broadcast that we have done of the 500 kilometers race of Interlagos. It has been very nice so far.
Yeah, last year, really, we have to say, if you were not there, if you didn't, if you were not with us, I would say we had pretty much lots of, the race ended up in yellow during the yellow flag and went to the full 4 hours and 15 minutes. So it was a long time under yellow flag due to the heavy rain. But this time, thankfully, Carlos, we are approaching the end of the race. And well, we still have over, let's say, 30 laps, right? Yeah, we have almost, over 30 laps. So, we still have some laps to go, but it seems that rain in São Paulo, it might not come until the end of the race, Carlos. So hopefully this is what's going to happen, because I agree with you. The race has been great. Lots of things happening, lots of battles going on, problems with some of the favorites, and it's not over yet. So more can come from now until the end.
Yeah, that's it. And the main thing I would say is the dynamic of the race. A lot of fights, change in the title situation as well. Now with this drive-through penalty for car number 544, we see the leader of the challenge championship there, Sadaki Leite and Fabio Carboni. I believe Sadaki Leite now back to the car. So a very nice race, and I will try to check the math of the title fight there to see what Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller will be needing to do after the mandatory drive-through penalty that they now have.
We have Francisco Horta in the car number 77. And he's trying to get the position from Peter Ferter. This is the battle for second position overall, Carlos. Incredible. Both are from the Carrera Cup sports class. They run second and third. And Marcel Miller currently appears in the 6th position. He was able to overtake the number 87 with Gaetano Di Mauro, and Marcel Miller is trying to approach Giorgio Frangulis. He's way faster than Giorgio Frangulis, so I would say Carlos at least should be able to get the 5th position there, and I would say there is a good chance for them to be at least 5th, which, as Enzo Elias said in his interview, would guarantee them the championship regardless of any other results.
Yeah, let's wait and see. A nice fight there between cars number 56 and 77, as you highlighted previously. Peter Ferter doing a very good job. We have to praise also the work being done by William Freire and Francisco Horta, consistent with drivers there in the moment. Horta and Ferter on the cars respectively, and so far so good for Alan Helmeister and Miguel Paludo thinking about the race win, but we still have in terms of the title fight. And as we have been explaining, they are the title rivals, because Alceu Feldman and Salas had a puncture. The same happened with Neugbauer and Zonta, but the situation is interesting.
Francisco Horta tried the maneuver outside. He was not able to. He's being very aggressive there behind Peter Ferter, but clean, Carlos. But very, very clean is this battle for second position.
Yeah, that's the kind of racing that we like to see. A fierce battle there. Drivers going to the limit, almost close to the edge there, but respecting the other space and trying to get to the ideal line, as now they go the main.
There is a back marker there. They're going to the entrance of the main straight. Francisco Horta is right behind Peter Ferter, battle for the second position. Peter Ferter defends the inside. They're watching goes on the outside. Francisco Horta not this time. Let's see if he tries the X there. Okay. Oh, look at that. That's a great battle there. It might be at the end of the back straight, Carlos. They are going to the back straight, and that's a great opportunity for overtaking again. Peter Ferter gets the position inside, goes on the outside. Francisco Horta on the outside. Francisco Horta battle for the second position. Incredible. Francisco Horta gets the second position. What a beautiful maneuver by Francisco Horta, and his team applauds, his family applauds. Beautiful work by Francisco Horta. That's racing colors.
Sergio, I think that this is the overtaking maneuver of the day through the outside line there, right after the back straight. What a maneuver, and we have to consider that Peter Ferter did what he had to do in terms of defending the position, but actually Francisco was very fast and very bold, courageous in that move through the outside. So what a move. I would say the most interesting one of the racing.
Yeah, and he prepared it very well at the end of the backstretch to be able to get this maneuver. He held his car, held this car very, very stick it to the track. It was a beautiful maneuver. So they are around 20 seconds behind Alan Hellmeister. So as I said, for me, unless Hellmeister and Paludo have a problem, that was the only drivers who could overtake them were Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias. But currently they are in the 6th position. So it's a really tough situation for them. And I just checked it now because they are over actually 30 seconds behind Francisco Giaffoni, who runs in 5th. So it will be a hard battle for them with around 30 laps to the end of the race.
Yeah, it turns out that the safety car didn't have the effect of rejoining the pack because it was during the pit window, and then a lot of the drivers, they went to the pits even though maybe some of them were understand their mistake, but as you said, it was wise to pit in order to avoid any issues. And we still have a pack that is way divided there. So Alan is with a very big gap, but we have to wait and see where Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias will rejoin the grid, because depending on their position, they will have to fight for overtaking maneuvers, and that's always a risk.
Marcel Miller overtakes yet another back marker. That was not that hard for him. The driver actually behind him is the number 87. He was overtaken by Marcel Miller, it's Caetano Di Mauro, but right behind Caetano Di Mauro is already ahead, Carlos. It's Caio Collet. Caio Collet is it's behind still, but Caio Collet is trying to approach Gaetano Di Mauro, while Gaetano Di Mauro is behind the 199, who at this point is a back marker.
Listen to the roar of these engines. Very nice.
Beautiful.
460 horsepower, if I'm not wrong. So these cars are very nice machines. So that's why this series is so popular. A lot of drivers like to drive in the Porsche Brazil Cup Series, and of course, nice lap upgrade as well. As we see one more time.
Pardon me, because look at that. Number 9 of Caio Collet, the 199 is a back market, and he gave a really hard time to Caio Collet. That's what I think Enzo Elias was talking about overall, Why to do that? He's not battling for position there. He knows Caio Collet is trying to approach Gaetano Di Mauro, who is right ahead of him. And then the 199, let me see who is driving. It's Nelson Marcondes who is driving. He's a regular of the Porsche Cup Sprint Championship. And I don't know why he did that. It's not the time to play tough. It's not the moment for that. And again, we have another problem with number 555. He's in 14th position. It's Gustavo Zanon right now. And apparently he got some help there.
Yeah, but I completely agree regarding Nelson Marcondes' maneuver there. And in that sense, Enzo Elias is right, but that doesn't have to do with what's happening between him and Marcio Moro. That's why he got the drive for penalty. And Caio Collet, a nice highlight, I would say, of this 500 kilometers race. Fighting proposition in the middle of the pack. In his stage, always very competitive. It's nice to see Caio performing so well in 500 kilometers race. Also to finish the season in a high. He had a difficult Formula 3 season and now having fun and showing his talent in Porsche Cup.
Number 3 is being driven by Franco Giaffoni. And he just overtook Peter Ferter. Yeah, that's it. Carlos, Franco Giaffoni, nice maneuver there, overtaking Peter Ferter. Wow, that was a really nice job. And that was the battle for the 4th position. Let's see the moment that it oh, Peter Ferter lost a little bit there, and he gave a window of opportunity for Franco Giaffoni to overtake him. And they are going to investigate the incident between Gustavo Zanon, the 555, and Taurisano. Taurisano, that's Eduardo Taurisano.
Yeah, front left this time, not the rear right that we saw having issues in other incidents, but one more puncture. I don't know if it was due to the incident, Sergio.
Conversando aqui com o Diego Nunes, parceiro do Peter Ferter, a falta de ritmo é que eles estão com o pior jogo de pneus dobrados agora. Isso tudo na estratégia para o Diego Nunes assumir o carro no próximo stint com pneu zero, com os 4-0.
Interesting information that Rodolfo Santos brought to us about the tire strategy of car number 56. He explained that Peter Ferter's pace is not that good because he's now using the second old tire set in order to give the car back to Diego Nunes with new tires so Diego can charge until the checkered flags. It would be nice to see what Nunes will be able to do in the final moments of the race.
Number 77 is Francisco Horta. He's currently in the 2nd position. Ahead of him, it's not a battle for position. Oh, he doesn't have to, pretty much has to keep calm, right? He can't stress over that because a 2nd position is a very good position in this battle that we see with the 888. You can see who's driving the 888. It's so many changes of driver, Carlos, that we really have to look at it. Oh no, it's Christian Ham. Actually, it's a battle for position, Carlos. Christian Ham got the, Christian Ham got the position from Francisco Horta. He came really, really fast, and that's it. So now he is 2nd, and Francisco Horta fell to the 3rd position. So I was paying attention in another battles, and that's it. Christian Ham is now 2nd, and he's getting way ahead of Francisco Horta.
No, Sadak going to be just a bit about Cristiano. We have to remember that he has an endurance race win in Porsche Cup Brasil, so he definitely knows what he's doing at Interlagos, and he's a young, fast driver, has experience in the Stock Car Pro Series as well. Already a veteran in the series, even though he's not a regular driver in the Sprint Championship. So nice to see Christian opening his way there through the pack.
There we see Alan Hellmeister. So we'll have the last pit stop, the fifth and last mandatory pit stop.
Rodolfo tá aí pertinho, não
As
tá,
we are
Rô?
getting close to the end of the race, Renata.
É isso aí.
Tô por aqui, já eu te conto.
Well, I think she was going to say something she
Ah,
didn't,
que
Carlos.
fofo, gente.
That's Sadak Leite that is going to give away his car to Fabio Carboni. That will end the race. Remembering that they started this race as the leaders in the Sprint Challenge Championship, and they're doing very well so far. And it seems, Carlos, unless there is any problem with this Porsche number 66, that they will be the champions for their category.
Yeah, but a weird scene there because we saw Fabio Carboni chatting with Sadak Leite. Theoretically, Fabio Carboni should be already with his overall and his helmet in order to get in the car. So maybe some issue with car number 66. Let's wait and see until we have a confirmation. But a concern there for car number 66, the whole crew, because if Fabio Carboni wearing his overall and his helmet, something's wrong.
Luc,
Luis Souza,
o problema com
in the
o
number
carro do
2,
Sadak
this
e
car
do
there,
Fábio Carboni
is the one who
porque eles
battles for the
na parada
win
anterior
with Sadak
fizeram uma
Leite in the
parada
66
menor do que
Sprint
deveria,
Challenge.
então eles estão cumprindo a punição.
And a drive-through penalty for car number 555 with because of the incident with car number 44. That's a little hear what Rodolfo said, but I believe it was something related to the situation of car number 66. Apparently, they didn't stop the 6 minutes in the previous pit, so let's wait and see if we have information.
And that pretty much, Carlos, explained the puncture tire in the number 44. It was due, for sure, I would say it was due to the incident with the 555. There, Francisco Horta, go ahead, Carlos.
Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller currently driving, they have already paid the drive-through penalty. We had just a flash in the broadcast. We didn't have the details of the drive-through penalty being paid, but they already passed through the pit. So their track position is their real situation. They need a top 5 finish to guarantee the title. So I would say that it is quite affordable, even though we have to wait until the next stint and to see how the whole grid will be organized until the checkered flag. Of course, Enzo Elias will have to push as well, and without committing any mistakes.
Yeah, Marcel Miller is diminishing the gap to Peter Ferter, but we have to remember that the next driver for the 56 will be Diego Nunes, who has been very fast, and we know already for the information we got from the pits that he will have newer tires. As far as we know, Marcel Miller will also, or Enzo Elias in the final stint, he will have in the 544, will have also newer tires, but Diego Nunes, it will be tough to overtake him. So that's a situation there. While you see Caio Collet approaching Marcel Miller for the 6th position. That's the battle for 6th position. Great work by Caio Collet. Carlos, you mentioned this already. We have to remember that he comes from a single-seater culture, and he's doing awesome in his debut in the, I believe it's first race, right, in the Porsche Cup. I'm not sure if he raced last year in the same race, but anyway, he didn't race this year. That's his first race for sure in the Porsche Cup.
I have to confirm, I think that he has raced in the 2021 All-Star race as a support event to the Brazilian Grand Prix. But anyway, that's his debut in this season at least.
And here he comes, and he's already ahead of Marcel Miller. He's already off Marcel Miller, so Marcel Miller falls to the 7th position. But we have to remember that after Caio Collet, it will come a slower driver than Enzo Elias. So that's a position that the 544, for sure, I would say, Carlos will be able to recuperate.
Yeah, we have to see who will get the car, but independently of this, there is already anticipated. He will be slower than Caio Collet, so Enzo Elias will be able to overtake. The point is that the guys ahead in the top 5, they have an interesting situation. You explained the tire strategy of Diego Nunes. Then Rubens Barrichello will rejoin car number 3, so you can expect that it won't be easy to overtake Rubens. And William Freire, theoretically, is the most accomplished drivers between Francisco Horta and himself. Most accomplished because he's a driver coach and so on. So we can expect a good performance from William, apart from the fact that the gap is already big from P6 to P3. So let's wait and see. And then we have to see if Neil Peters or Beto will be joining car number 888. But the situation is interesting to say the least.
We see again Francisco Horta. He's behind Christian Hunt. But Francisco Horta, Carlos, he's been able to stay there in the 3rd position. So he's not doing that bad. I would say he lost the position to Christian Hunt, but Christian Hunt is over 20 seconds behind the leader, Alan Helmeister and Miguel Paludo. Of course, now Alan Helmeister and Miguel Paludo are in the pits, and Francisco Horta goes to the pits. He will give the car to William Freire after the 6-minute mandatory pit stop.
Yeah, the point is that regular drivers that we can do as gentlemen drivers, especially in the case of cars number 56 and 77, I'm talking about Francisco Horta and Peter Vetter, they are doing a very good job because they aren't performing that worse compared to the pro drivers. So that allows their cars to be in a very good situation, and that's of course a challenge for Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller, because they have to overtake a couple of cars in this moment.
Great stint by Horta, Francisco Horta. I think he did a really great race. They end up.
And we see the celebrations there. Roman Ginkiewicz greeting him, a lot of hugs from the pit crew. The garage very happy and proud after what Francisco Horta was able to do. And these cars actually came out of nothing. We are focused on Paludo and Helmeister and Miller and Zurides also paying a good attention to Peter Ferter and Diego Nunes that have been there from the beginning of the race, but Freire, also Lineu Pires, Beto Gressi, and the other driver for car number 888, that is, let me double check here. But the fact is that they didn't have such a good situation. We are talking about Christian Hahn, the other driver that is currently in the 888. They didn't have such a good situation, but with their pace and being out of trouble, they were able to go ahead. And of course, Neugbauer, Zonta, Salas, and Feldman lost a lot of ground. Now that is a decisive moment of the race.
Marcel Miller comes to the pits. We saw before the images of Rubens Barrichello preparing himself to do the final stint in the Porsche number 3 after Franco Giaffoni. Franco Giaffoni, who also did a great race. That's, of course, Rubens Barrichello, it's another level, but Franco Giaffoni, I mean, he did what he had to do, and he kept the car in the front, and I'm sure that this car, I don't know, Rubens Barrichello might bring a good result at the end of the race.
Yeah, but that's the point. We can expect good things from Rubens, Diego Nunes, these experienced drivers, pro competitors. The point is, if their teammates don't perform, then the whole effort will be compromised. And their teammates are performing. The regulars of Porsche Cup are making their job in a very good manner. And let's hear from Renato.
Porque agora, se a gente tomar bronca, porque a gente vai tomar bronca junto, que eu tô dedurando uma coisa que ele fez. Agora já tá tudo bem, que já foi. Mostra o dedo aí.
O dedo tá quebrado da etapa da Fórmula 1. Aí me disseram que não ia dar pra correr direito. Parece que deu, né?
Imagina se o dedo tivesse bom.
Não, o dedo atrapalhou um pouquinho, mas na hora que põe a viseira, vamos embora, né? Tem que ganhar na pista, a gente precisava da ultrapassagem pra encaminhar o campeonato, então foi bem legal, corremos bem, o William agora vai finalizar, estamos bem animados.
É isso, o box todo animado aqui também. Parabéns, Chico, tá sendo excepcional.
Obrigado, Rê.
É isso aí. Luque?
Yeah, curious information there. Actually, Francisco Horta has his left thumb broken from the last round, the support event for the Formula 1 Grand Prix, the final races, actually, from the sprint championship. So even with a broken left thumb, he was able to perform in such a high level, Sergio.
Não, eu sabia.
Yeah, that's, it makes even more impressive his performance.
Eu falei, Chico, mas você não pode, dei maior bronca, filha de 2 médicos que sou, dei maior bronca nele. Ele falou, não, Renatinha, não fala nada, vamos assim, depois a gente...
And there is Miguel Paludo going for his final stint. Most important for Miguel is to avoid any problem. We see now car number 8 that started the race as the second in the championship, but had problems. Let's see where they will finish. Is the car being driven by Ricardo Zonta and Werner Neugbauer. And we are going for the final laps, Carlos, with the drivers, and all the strategies are being coming to an end right now. The rain didn't come. It seems that it won't come, and hopefully so, because I think it would be chaos now if it would come. So let's wait and see. And that's the car that's going to be driven by Diego Nunes now. That was the car 56. This Porsche will be going to be driven by William Freire. So that we have nice battles ahead of us.
Yeah, a nice layout of this car number 77 with the school there. Now back to the track.
William Freire driving Porsche number 77 for the final laps in Interlagos. This is the last race of Porsche Cup Brasil. We have in Porsche Cup Brasil 6 rounds with 2 races each for the Sprint Championship and 3 rounds for the Endurance Championship. The first 2 rounds are of 300 kilometers and the last round of 500 kilometers, which is this one in Interlagos. Usually in the last few years, this race has been held early December. This year is pretty much, I would say, late November. It's not exactly that late, middle November, but we are, it's been very interesting, and it's good, Carlos, because it gives a rest to the drivers, gives them time to prepare and relax for next year. And as we see, going back to the track, the 56 with Diego Nunes, and then the number 111 that I believe will be with Dudu Barrichello.
Yeah, I think so on that. This car number 888 was being driven by Christian Hahn. Christian actually had a good stint last time out. Let's see who will drive in this final stint, and the gap between Miguel Paludo and Diego Nunes as well, because as we explained, Diego Nunes theoretically has a better tire situation, but Miguel has a good advantage. So him and Alan Hellmeister, they have a good condition to guarantee this race win. That is on their hands for quite a while already, Sergio.
It's a good team indeed, and that's the first year, Carlos, that Alan Hellmeister is racing with Miguel Paludo, right? Because last year it was one of the Dirani brothers, and the year before as well was one of the Dirani brothers. I can't remember right now if it was Danilo or Dennis Dirani, but
Dennis Dirani.
It was Dennis Dirani. And Carlos, I would say if, and probably that's not going to happen, but it was a great year for Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister. If it were not for, and I think we agreed on that, a mistake in the Termas de Rio Hondo by Miguel Paludo, a mistake by being too aggressive in a moment that, it wouldn't be the end of the world for him. It was in a battle, I believe it was against Marcel Miller, and even though Marcel Miller ended up winning the race, Miguel Paludo were the runner-up, he'd be battling for the championship right now, but he was too aggressive and he ended up having to abandon that race.
Yeah, that's it. I completely agree. It compromised the whole effort of the season, but Paludo is a very accomplished driver. Alan Hellmeister very fast now as a partner of Miguel. You pointed out very well, it was Dennis Dirani alongside Miguel in the last season, and what a season as a whole, Sergio. We have to talk about the whole Porsche Cup Brasil 2023 season, because we had a very interesting sprint championship, especially in the sprint challenge championship, in the fight between Antonella Bassani and Marcelo Tomazzoni for the title. Eventually, Antonella Bassani dramatically claimed the title in her first season in the championship. Then Nicolas Costa, also a new driver to the Carrera Cup championship, was able to win in a very dominant championship as a whole. I think he struggled only one round in Velocitar, in which he was making his debut in the Mogi Guaçu track. So apart from that, completely dominant. And now endurance championship that is being fought until the very last lap. So let's see what the title contenders will be able to do. Miguel Paludo, Alan Hellmeister, and Enzo Elias, and Marcel Miller as well, Sergio.
Yeah, and we saw some drivers raising in the ranks, like Eduardo Taurissano, Peter Ferter also showing a very nice work. So we had very good moments in this season for Porsche Cup Brasil. It was really a great season, a season to remember. As we see again, the 888 crossing there, he's not battling for any, no, actually he's batting for position. Let's wait and see.
And it's Beto Gressi in the car number 888. Good driver as well. So one more competitor ahead of Enzo Elias in this final stint.
We are back to Miguel Paludo. We'll be paying attention also at Enzo Elias. Enzo Elias will drive the final stint for the 544. I believe they're still in the pits, right, Carlos? Yes, they're still in the pits. Marcel Miller was one of the last drivers to go to the pits, while Miguel Paludo goes against a few back markers there. He has to take care. He has to be very prudent on that, careful, I would say, in that situation. Because pretty much, I would say they can't commit any mistake now. That's what needs to happen. And Miguel Paludo has the inside position, and he's given the position. It's fine. So great work by Bruno Bonifacio, who is in the Porsche number 2.
No rain. No rain.
No rain.
Nice view.
Beautiful view. I think São Paulo is because I lived 20 years in Los Angeles. Many people criticize Los Angeles, and I would say that you gotta live in Los Angeles to get to know well Los Angeles. I would say São Paulo is the same thing. In the last couple of years, I had the opportunity to go many times to São Paulo, and the more I go to the city, the more I enjoy it. I think it's a city. You get to know it well, you start to enjoy and to appreciate all it has.
Yeah, the kind of city you have to be in order to learn how to appreciate, because of course it's not as beautiful as Rio de Janeiro and so on, but it has a lot of attractions, and including natural ones, as is the case of the lakes of the southern region of the city. Apart from that, very good restaurants, a very good nightlife. It's a cultural center in our country as well, so an important city, apart from the fact that it is our economic the most important city in that matter. As I said, the metropolitan region has more than 30 million inhabitants, so a lot of people, and of course that brings its problems, but that's part of life.
And has lots of shows as well, like musical events and festivals and things like that. So and I'm saying that because that's for everybody, right? I would say there is a very nice theater scene, but theater scene is in Portuguese, so it's just for Brazilians, pretty much for locals. But music shows, everybody, you can enjoy a music show anywhere in the world. It's the same. You will be able to enjoy it regardless of if you understand it or not. And that's a very cool thing also about São Paulo. Problems with the number 29. Rodrigo Melo apparently is driving this car. He goes back to the track. Yeah, it's Rodrigo Melo because Thiago Vivacqua was the first one. So Rodrigo Melo is driving in the final stint for the 29. And alone, Carlos, once more. A car alone having a problem.
Under pressure from Georgios Francoulis there, I believe. So he lost the back end of the car in the intermediate sector of the track. And we have to see if he's able to rejoin the track and so on, because the safety car deployment could be very important there. I believe that's not the case. Rodrigo was able to go back to the track, as you see now. Enzo Elias in the final stint of the race. Only 15 laps to go, sir.
Miguel Paludo leads the race. Beto Grassi second. William Freire is third. The difference from Paludo to Beto Grassi is over 20 seconds, but William Freire is just 3 seconds, around 3 seconds behind. And we have Rubens Barrichello charging. He is coming in fourth. He's over 9 seconds behind William Freire, but we all know what he can do with his car. He was 7/10 of a second faster than William Freire in the last lap, so pretty much he can do some work there, Rubens Barrichello, until the end of the race. Who knows, Carlos might be able, Rubens Barrichello, to get a top 3 for himself and for Franco Giafone.
Would be a good way to bounce back for Rubens and Franco. Franco, we talked about that, did a good job as well. Rubens always very competitive in the wheel, but they had bad luck, some incidents, penalties as well, because of driving mistakes. I remember one from Franco especially, but they are a good lineup of drivers. Franco, as I said, the reigning sport class champion, and Rubens, we don't have to talk that much about him, so it would be nice for them to finish the year on a high.
The show is about to start. Prepare yourselves. The music apparently is already on, Carlos.
Yeah, and as far as I know, this festivals, if we can call them that way, of Porsche Brazil after the season is concluded, they are very, very nice with nice names in terms of the music scenario in Brazil. And of course, the drivers, mechanics, journalists, they all deserve to celebrate after such a competitive and very successful season, I would say.
The highlight is for number 544 for Enzo Elias. At this position, Carlos, of course, we are concentrated here in the race. We have no way to know at this point with the result discards what's going to happen, but it seems to me, Carlos, almost for sure that this team will get the championship. So I believe Marcel Miller and Enzo Elias will be the champions. With this result, they are already in the 6th position. They are way behind. Enzo Elias is way behind Diego Nunes, but that doesn't matter that much. Renan Pizzi, who is in 7th, the car number 9 with Kyle Collet, went to the pits ahead of Enzo Elias, but now it's losing position, and right now car number 9 actually lost position to number 87, who is being driven by Nicolas Costa. Nicolas Costa, who is the strongest driver in the number 7. He's the current Porsche Cup Sprint champion, so Carrera Cup Sprint champion. So he just overtook Renan Pizzi, and he's in the 7th position. An impressive two cars, I would say. The number 888, who is the car that is in 2nd, they got 9 positions. They got 9 positions, and they don't have a superstar. You know, they're all good drivers, but none of them, they don't have a Rubens Barrichello, they don't have a Nelson Piquet Jr., they don't have a Ricardo Zonta, they don't have a champion like Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller, but Beto Gressi, Christian Hanna, and Neil Pires are doing a very, very nice job as a team, and they currently are in the 3rd position, and they are being able to hold the gap and even increase it to the 3rd place, William Freire in the Porsche number 77. That I would say also it's a very nice surprise.
Yeah, and that's the point, the team effort, because of course we always are focused on big names such as Nelson Piquet Jr., but Roman Gienkevich, for example, wasn't so competitive alongside Piquet. So the average of the duo is not that good. In that case, even though we have 3 drivers, they are all very competitive, especially Beto Gressi, I would say, but Christian Hahn knows this track very well, has got a race win in the Endurance Championship at Interlagos, as I said earlier today. And Lineu Pires, of the regular drivers of the sport class, he is one of the most competitive drivers as well. So it's an interesting average between the 3 drivers, Sergio.
There is the 2nd place, Beto Gressi. He's trying to overtake a back marker. That's number, who is driving that car? It's Márcio Mauro. Márcio Mauro doesn't create any difficulty for Beto Gressi. last lap from Beto Grassi was 1:38.290. William Freire behind him, 1:38.515. But Rubens Barrichello had a lap of 1:37.2. So Rubens Barrichello was really fast there in the last lap. Let's see if he's able to get close to William Freire and maybe get the second position. Diego Nunes also ran in the 1:37 mark, 1:37.410.
And Sergio, I was checking here. Apparently, Fabio Carboni and Sadaki Leite retired their car. Car number 66. We see up there. That is 8 laps. The first on the grid at this moment. That is Miguel Paludo, Alan Helmeister. Miguel Paludo, in this case, Alan Helmeister has completed his job already, but something happened as we suspected to Fabio Carboni and Sadaki Leite.
So that would mean, Carlos, that they might not be the champions, even though they started leading the championship for the Sprint Challenge category. So let's wait and see. Because really, even if they didn't retire, Carlos, they're way behind, like you said. You know, they're in the 20th position right now, 8 laps behind, and there are quite a few cars from the challenge category ahead of them.
Yeah, especially Célio Brasil, Danilo Girani, that are now joined by Antonella Bassani. Célio Brasil and Girani are quite close to Sadaki Leite and Fabio Carboni in the championship standing, so possibly they will be clinching the title in this endurance championship.
Yeah, they are 17th now, so... And but they don't lead the race for the Sprint Challenge. The leaders are Bruno Bonifacio, who is currently driving Porsche number 2, and Luis Souza. And they are in the 16th position, and they lead the Sprint Challenge category. That's Pietro Rimbano in the number 44. And again, problems for the 44. It was an eventful race for them.
Puncture, once more.
And right, left. No, it was left, back. No, back right, yes.
Yeah, I think it is the 5th puncture of the right rear throughout the race, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, something must be going on there. I don't know where. Some spot, maybe they going off track at certain point. You know, it might be that, because it's a lot of cars that had this problem, and it's not that normal, you know, for this to happen exactly at the same spot.
Not normal at all.
Yeah, and we are pretty much under 10 laps to go. Under 10 laps to go, and Miguel Paludo is nurturing Porsche number 7 to one more win in his career. Because I don't know if you can get that information, but I'm not sure if Miguel Paludo is the driver with most wins in Interlagos, or if he might be able to get most wins in Interlagos with Porsche Cup, of course. And I'd say, yeah, with Porsche Cup for sure. Might have been other categories as well, but he races really well in Interlagos, Miguel Paludo.
Yeah, I'll try to check this information in some of the sheets that I had here, but ooh.
Oh, this is not good.
Yeah, the tire right in the middle of the track.
Ooh, almost.
And we already have debris in the pit entrance there.
Yeah,
the ideal situation would be to have a track marshal that could retrieve that piece of rubber there, but with a grid of more than 30 cars, that may not be possible.
That's not good. I would say that's very dangerous for them to do that. But so far, no safety car. It looks like a tractor. A tractor tire, you know?
Yeah.
Or an army tank. He's right at the edge. Of course, the teams have to tell their drivers what's going on for them to take care of the situation. Right now we have Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller in the 6th position. Everything indicates they are going to be the champions. And Rubens Barrichello is under 3 seconds and a half behind William Freire. We might have soon a battle for the 3rd position. Beto Grassi is over 6 seconds ahead of William Freire, so Beto Grassi is pretty much on his way to the 2nd position overall with Christian Hahn and Lineu Pires. But for me, William Freire will have to pay attention there to see, because he has Rubens Barrichello in his back. And after this last lap, Carlos, the difference is a little bit over 2 seconds. So Rubens Barrichello is definitely getting very, very close to William Freire, and we should soon have the images for this battle.
Yeah, Rubens with a very good pace. As I said, important for him and Franco Giaffoni to finish on a high. And of course, we all know that he has the rhythm, the pace, and the speed to attack. So let's see if he adds an extra emotion to the final part of this race, and the rubber is still there. The good thing is that it is not on the racing line, but the concern is that if possibly we have 3 cars side by side there, then one of them may be touching that piece of rubber. So I believe that's the right decision from the race direction to put actually a safety car on the track, because of that would be too much, but it would be ideal to remove that part of rubber, that piece of rubber from the track.
Next lap, because we might have William Barrichello ahead of William Freire. The images are not showing it, but it's a battle. Oh, look at that. He's already ahead. Rubens Barrichello is already ahead of William Freire. So Rubens Barrichello is 3rd now. And I don't think you have time to get to Beto Grassi, even though he's faster than Beto Grassi. But I think it will be hard for him to get, as we see the image when Rubens Barrichello got the 3rd position from William Freire.
Yeah, but an overall top 3 is already a remarkable result. Of course, with only 5 laps to go, a little bit more than that. We obviously probably won't have time enough for Rubens to attack, but nice performance from Rubens in his final stint. He could have taken it for granted with P4, but no. He wants the top 3, even though the overall podium of the Porsche Cup Brasil is the top 5.
There is Rubens Barrichello already opening a gap to William Freire. We have 6 laps to go to the end of the race. We have 3 hours and 39 minutes of competition, a little bit over that, 3 hours and 40 minutes around that of competition so far. And the difference from Rubens to Beto Grassi is too much of a gap, but who knows?
Yeah, if Beto makes a mistake, which is not common, he may get over, but shouldn't expect any mistakes from Beto Grassi.
But Diego Nunes, who comes in 5th, might still get the 4th position from William Freire. I think that's a possibility. It's not for sure, but that's a possibility to happen until the end of the race. Miguel Paludo is going to complete one more lap. He's going to the lap 114. There he goes, lap 114 out of 117 laps. So it's 4 laps to go right now.
Cruising to the checkered flag, and he deserved this race win, of course. Had a bit of luck on the way with the Fares and Francis in their car. But both Paludo and Alan Meister, they were very consistent. No mistakes throughout the whole race. We saw that mistake from Enzo Elias in the fight against the back marker that compromised their effort. I believe that they will still have the points enough to be crowned champions, but the point is that the duo of the day is Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister. I would highlight also Peter Ferter and Diego Nunes, very good race, apart from Francisco Horta and William Freire, even though Rubens has passed Freire in the last lap, but a good effort for the team of the 77.
Yeah, even though I don't think this win might give them the championship, it seems that it's not going to give the championship. I think they might finish as runner-ups, Carlos, because the 111 had problems, the number 8 had problems, so it will be tight. At this point, let me see here, the number 8 is way behind.
Yeah, the puncture compromised the race. And go ahead, Sergio, sorry.
No, sorry, it's the 29th position. Way behind.
2 laps to go now, but once more, as we saw earlier today in the fight for the Porsche Sprint Trophy title, it will be decided on the discarded results. So we'll have to wait and see if there's any official confirmation after the checkered flag, but it will be down to the criteria used by the series to discard the results, and of course don't have the championship sheet with the complete points attributed to the stages, the segments that may be decided as well. And let's wait and see. What an end of season for Porsche Brazil.
Yes, Miguel Paludo is in the lap before the last. When he crosses the line, it will be the last lap for Porsche number 7. A great start. They got 5 positions during the race. Great first hit by Alan Hellmeister. Then after that, they took advantage. Miguel Paludo took advantage of the problem with the Porsche number 70 that was being driven by Lucas Salles. It was ahead of him, but had a problem. And after that, they never lost the lead of the race, except when they stopped for the mandatory pit stops. But they never lost the lead. At certain point, they got the 544 behind them, but then a mistake by Enzo Elias ended up giving Miguel Paludo a comfortable lead for the final stint of the race. As we see, actually it was we see Miguel Paludo there going for the last lap, Carlos, and that will be a very well-deserved victory for Porsche number 7.
Yeah, and the point for them is that they did what they had to do. Job done. Very well done, by the way. Miguel Paludo, the most accomplished driver of the series, considering the whole history of the category. Alan Hellmeister, very fast as well. Nice to see Alan back in his standard form, that is clocking fast lap times lap after lap. He had a very big crash back in 2019, if I'm not wrong, that made him stay out of the tracks for quite a while, but now very competitive alongside Miguel Paludo for their first season together. As we explained, Miguel used to race with Denis Girani, and they put pressure on the other side. Maybe if that's the case, get the title, that's because they did what they had to do.
Now the team waits for Miguel Paludo. He's going to get the checkered flag for himself and Alan Hillmeister. One more victory for Miguel Paludo in the legendary Porsche number 7 in the Porsche Cup Brasil. Final turn there. He turns off and on the lights. Miguel Paludo will get the checkered flag, and it's win for Miguel Paludo and Alan Hillmeister. A great win for these drivers. A awesome victory, the most important race of the season. They are commemorating there, and Beto Grassi will finish in the 2nd position, and there we see the Porsche number 2 that will finish in the 1st position in the challenge rookie, and will be the winner for the challenge car number 2. And there it is, Luis Souza and Bruno Bonifacio, and look at, very happy, number 1 for the car number 7. They are very happy, and with all the reason to be that. And we have in 3rd Rubens Barrichello, an awesome race by himself and Franco Giaffoni, then William Freire and Francisco Horta, Diego Nunes and Peter Ferter, and finally Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller, that after that mistake of Enzo Elias, who was in 2nd, they end up finishing in the 6th position. Carlos.
Yeah, there's the confirmation of the win of Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister in the main class of Porsche Carrera Cup in this endurance championship. Paludo was greeted there by Beto Grassi. They know each other for quite a while already, and what a race! 500 kilometers of Interlagos, always delivering emotions, fights for position throughout the whole pack, crashes, spins, penalties. An important penalty that was given to car number 544 because of that incident between Enzo Elias and Marcio Mauro, and title fight until the very end of the season. That is what we want to see, and a very competitive season overall, not just in endurance championship but also in the sprint races, as we see the confirmation of the winners of the challenge race in this endurance event. Bruno Bonifacio and Luis Souza, drivers of the rookie class, but winning overall in the challenge. Very good performance for them as well by both of the drivers. Luis, the regular one, and Bruno Bonifacio, very fast and aware of everything that was happening around them. They had a very clean race, and after that they were able to win, after of course a little bit of bad luck to Sadaki Leite and his teammate Fabio Carboni. But we have to wait and see the confirmation of the title fights. But what a season, and what a race in the 2 different championships and the classes as well, as we see the confirmation there of the race win for Beto Grassi alongside Lineu Pires and Christian Hahn. Very good event once more, and we have to praise the job that is being done by Porsche Cup in Brazil, Sergio.
Yeah, they won in the Carrera Cup Sport. Actually, among the top 5, Carlos, 4 of them were from the Carrera Sport. The exception was Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister, who finished first, and then Renan Pizzi, Caio Collet and Edu Guedes win the race in the Carrera rookie classes. So great work there by them. This is Alan Hellmeister waiting for Miguel Paludo to go to the pits. They are, and that was a great victory, certainly a victory to be very well commemorated, Carlos.
Yeah, as it is the case for the other winners in different classes and championships. We talked a bit about car number 888, also the winners of the rookie class of Porsche Carrera Cup Endurance Series, Renan Pizzi, Caio Collet and Edu Guedes. Caio Collet, one of the most interesting names of this event. We talked about the overall challenge winners, Bonifacio and Souza. Important result also for Danilo Girani, Série Brasil and Antonella Bassani. I think they will be crowned champions after this P2 result because of what happened with Sadaki Leite and Fabio Carboni. But what a race and what a celebration for the Brent sponsored car there. I believe that he got the title with
I'm starting to think that, because we don't see the 544. The images don't show the 544. So It's such a good commemoration, so they might have won, Carlos. I don't know. Let's wait and see.
Yeah,
we certainly need a confirmation.
The information that I had is that they needed a top 5 finish so that they wouldn't depend on the others, but that was a little bit dubious because we didn't know if it was regarding Werner Neugbauer and Ricardo Zonta, or Alceu Feldman and Guilherme Salas, or even the Barrichello brothers. We have to remember that Paludo and Hellmeister started this race way behind in the championship standing, so that's a remarkable feat for them, independently of the confirmation. But what a race, and once more I have to say, when the title fight goes until the very end of the season, that's a sign that the championship was very good.
Exactly, it's very competitive, we know that. You who follow
Tô chegando aqui,
Porsche
deixa eu falar
Cup
com essa
Brasil,
dupla.
know
Caraca, posso chamar de monstro? 9 vezes campeão da Porsche Cup, agora overall também, além da Endurance Series. E aí, Miguel?
É difícil, eu vou tentar não me emocionar,
mas
Champions,
Carlos.
É um trabalho em equipe.
Champions.
O Alain fez um
overall
grande trabalho.
And endurance.
A gente nunca baixou a cabeça depois de começar o campeonato forte e ter um mau resultado lá em Termas, mas a gente sabia que o nosso potencial aqui, e é um trabalho em equipe, a gente nunca desistiu, a gente ficou olhando para o nosso carro, para o nosso acerto durante toda a prova. O Alan fez um trabalho excelente, como de costume, e não podia estar mais feliz. Fechar o ano assim, mais uma vitória aqui em Interlagos, e não 2 campeonatos, não poderia vir de maneira mais melhor ao fim do ano, mas acima de tudo, a gente aproveitar isso, porque essas coisas não vão fáceis. A gente passou por maus bocados aí depois de Termas, mas a gente reergueu a equipe, manteve o foco e hoje é o resultado disso.
Parabéns, Miguel. Alan, feliz demais. Mais uma vez campeão da Endurance, agora com o Miguel Paludo.
Realmente estou muito emocionado. É o meu 6º título da Endurance e ser campeão assim no primeiro ano de parceria, não tem o que falar. A equipe, a gente começou bem, depois a gente acabou se perdendo um pouquinho, fizemos uma reunião muito dura, assim, se autoculpando das coisas que a gente não foi muito bem. Eu acho que o resultado apareceu. Claro que a corrida é uma pena, a gente teve adversários muito fortes, eles são também super merecedores, mas graças a Deus, corrida assim, tá com a gente o título e graças a Deus.
Foi um espetáculo pra gente, ficamos muito felizes. Rick, are you happy?
Oh yeah, I'm happy. I cannot be happier. These guys drove their butts off today. So awesome teamwork, I think, on this whole day around.
I think this match was very good. You need to keep this for the next year.
I think we're going to lock them in for the next 10 years. Heck yeah.
É isso, é manter essa dupla agora pro próximo ano, né, Luc? Parabéns, meninos, parabéns. Pra próxima década, ele tá falando pra manter a dupla, é isso. Parabéns. Luc, com você aí.
Yeah, nice interview. The last guy interviewed there is Rick Brandt, the sponsor of Miguel Paludo,
e com o Luiz,
Alan Hellmeister as well.
Qual foi a sensação dessa vitória?
But anyway,
muito
let's hear
especial.
now from the Bruno Bonifácio and Luiz Souza.
O Luiz começou no automobilismo esse ano e fez um trabalho fantástico, assim, com muita dedicação, trabalhou muito duro, mas mesmo assim você começar sem experiência nenhuma, você sabe que não é fácil, mesmo com trabalho duro. A gente não esperava ter os resultados que a gente teve na sprint e, sinceramente, a gente não esperava ganhar na geral a corrida da Endurance. Então é muito especial para mim, como coach do Luiz, a gente conseguir concluir o ano dessa forma. É muito especial para mim como piloto também. Eu parei de correr profissionalmente em 2016 e nas últimas voltas eu estava lembrando, fiquei parado todo esse tempo e estava lembrando quando tinha sido minha última vitória. Foi em 2016, em Imola, de RS01. Não imaginei que ia voltar a correr e não imaginei que ia voltar a ganhar uma corrida importante. Então, muito bacana.
Que bom que você está aqui com a gente, fazendo a gente assistir isso, poder emocionar com você. Luiz, tá feliz?
Tô muito feliz, cara. Eu ainda tô meio anestesiado. O Brunão não contava, eu não sonhava com um resultado desse aqui hoje. Eu acho que o mais bacana que tem sido nesse ano, que eu estou iniciando no automobilismo, não foram nem os resultados em si que a gente conseguiu obter, foi a campanha. A gente foi se propondo, o Brunão me ensinando do zero, a gente, foi cumprindo tudo que a gente programava em termos de treino, de dedicação, A gente, porra, acabou criando uma relação maravilhosa de brother aqui e foi uma campanha muito bonita. A gente evoluiu a cada etapa a gente evoluía mais um pouco. Agora, cara, 500 quilômetros, enfim, tinha muito piloto aí fazendo, acho que pelo menos metade ou mais do grid em 3 pilotos. A gente foi ver os nomes, tinham nomes, cara, muito, muito fortes, né? Você tinha o Célio com a Bassani e o Dirani, você tinha, pô, lá do nosso lado, você tinha o Fittipaldi como um terceiro, tinha muito piloto bom demais. Então a minha expectativa hoje era assim, eu falei, eu quero conseguir fazer os 500 quilômetros. Eu ainda não entendi o que aconteceu, mas foi legal pra caramba, deu certo, foi uma pilota muito gostosa, muito bonita, tô muito feliz.
Parabéns pelos dois mais uma vez.
Valeu.
Você, Luc.
Yeah, we heard from the challenge race winners, Bruno Bonifacio, also very emotional. He said that he didn't race professionally since 2016. His
Não,
last
então eu só acho, faltou uma dedicação dessa vitória do Miguel Paludo. Miguel, faz essa dedicatória aí.
Queria mandar um alô para minha esposa e meu filho. A minha mãe também está lá na minha casa nos Estados Unidos. Sei que é difícil, a gente se separa para poder fazer isso, mas no fim das contas essas coisas valem a pena. Eu tô logo, segunda-feira eu tô em casa para comemorar.
É isso. Alan, para quem você dedica?
Para minha esposa, mas na minha primeiro título de pai agora, melhor não falar senão...
Chora. Vai pro pódio, vão, dupla, vão. Valeu, Luc.
Yeah. One more quick interview with Alan Helmeister and Miguel Paludo. They both dedicating their triumph and title to their families. In the first interview there with Miguel Paludo, he highlighted the fact that they didn't give up. He mentioned that difficult round that they had in Termas de Rio Hondo that you mentioned it also during the broadcast, Sergio. And of course, 9 titles now for Miguel Paludo. He is the endurance champion and the overall champion of 2023 in Porsche Cup Brasil, considering both of the championship, endurance 1 and 21. And Alan Helmeister also saying that that difficult round in Termas was decisive for them. After that, they realigned themselves as a duo, and then it started working once more. And then we have the title, and of course, I don't need to translate what Rick Brandt said. Very happy, the sponsor of the duo of Miguel Paludo and Alan Helmeister.
Yes, and he was also the runner-up for the sprint championship. So it was he got 2 titles and 1 runner-up position. So that was really good. Carlos, this race is, I would say it was almost a Greek drama, you know, because we had starting ahead with a very good position, the duo from the 544 to be the champions. And we said at the beginning that Miguel Paludo and Alan Helmeister had mathematical chances to be the champions. But everything happened for them to be the champions. They won the first half of the race where they got some points. They won the final race, the end of the race. And the other team, Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller, they end up in 6th. And if they were 5th, they would have gotten the championship, as Enzo Elias said. And that was due to a mistake by Enzo Elias that brought them to this situation. Maybe the moment made him nervous. Maybe it was a problem with the car when he hit the brakes. But anyway, it was a really interesting situation, I would say. And we had other teams between Miguel Paludo and Alan Helmeister and Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller. And these teams all had problems during the race. And we end up with this final result, a surprising result that says more than anything, Carlos, that we can never predict what's going to happen in a race.
Exactly. Everything happened in their favor. So in the way of Miguel Paludo and Alan Helmeister's title. And of course, a shame for Enzo Elias and Marcel Miller. If there's one good side to be seen for their perspective is that the fact that they don't have to go to the podium because they finished at 6th and the podium is the top 5 overall. So they don't have to pretend that they are happy they're in the podium. And of course they aren't happy after what happened in this 500 kilometers race of Interlagos. As we see now the celebration of the results. Of course, nice podium as a whole with Paludo and Hellmeister in the top position there, but also Diego Nunes and Peter Ferter, Linneo Pires, Beto Gressi, the rest of the pack now, Rubens and Franco Giaffoni celebrating, William Freire and Francisco Horta. Very nice race indeed.
That was second place, Beto Gressi, Christian Hamel and Linneo Pires. And then the 5th place were Diego Nunes and Peter Ferter, 4th William Freire and Francisco Horta. And now we have the champions, the winners and the champions, Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister.
And nice to see Rubens back to the podium of Porsche Brazil as well, Diego Nunes and Peter Ferter. One of the biggest highlights of the lineups of drivers. We have been talking about how competitive Peter has been throughout the whole race. Of course, we talked a lot already about the champions race where they deserve it, so it's a fair result. Linneo Pires, Beto Gressi and Christian Hanna as well, very competitive. Rubens always delivering, and Francisco Horta and William Freire definitely a very good average there. Francisco Horta did a very good job, and William is a driver as well.
We see once more the highlights with Porsche number 7. That's the moment where he got the checkered flag. It's a different angle. His team there commemorating. Can you do that, Carlos? Outside the fence. I don't know if you can do that, but anyways.
Yeah.
Everything goes on at this moment. Everything
exactly. End of the season finale. After such a comeback, even the organizer will be a little bit more relaxed in that matter. And of course, the guy that is there on the fence is someone who works with motorsport and knows what he's doing, even though in the majority of the season that wouldn't be allowed. But they deserve the celebration, and it's actually funny because we see this engineer of the number 7 duo. I remember there was a moment in which him and Miguel Paludo were in a not very amicable conversation in the pits. So obviously thinking and making, of course, the projections regarding the race result, and it paid off very well.
And it was a great teamwork also with Miguel Paludo and Alan Hellmeister. They were both fast. They, like after they got the lead, Carlos, they never really gave a chance to second place. Never. You know, even when the 544 was behind them, they had like a comfortable lead of over 2 seconds. So, you know, and it never got less than that. So, very comfortable there.
Yeah, and actually I forgot to translate that important information. 6th title for Alan Hellmeister in the Porsche Endurance Championship. So he's very accomplished driver. And now we see the challenge podium after this 500 kilometers of Interlagos.
Yeah, the winners were Bruno Bonifacio and Luis Souza. Second place, Danilo Dirani, Antonella Bassani and Célio Brasil. We saw there, they just got their prize. And in third place, we have Gonçalves, Christian Fittipaldi and Eric Santos. So these were the top 3 in this challenge race. So that was also a great race. We saw some of the highlights. And again, a surprise, Carlos Sadaki Leite and Fabio Carboni end up not getting a good result, that they started as the leaders of the championship.
Yeah, and once more, Christian Fittipaldi on the podium. That
Yeah, that's nice to see.
Yeah, a very accomplished driver, but already a semi-retired driver. But when it comes to racing, the guy doesn't unlearn. Of course, physical issues may be a concern, but he can apparently speak. And it was quite a challenge for him in that matter as well, Sergio. 34 degrees Celsius air temperature, very hot inside the car as well. So nice to see Christian in another podium result in this challenge race of the Porsche Endurance Championship.
These are the highlights for Bruno Bonifacio and Luis Souza. Porsche number 2, they did a great job. Carlos, they won 17
O que passa na cabeça de um piloto para chegar nessa prova mais desafiadora do campeonato? O Luc estava falando. O que será que passa na cabeça, Bruno?
Sinceramente, ainda não caiu a ficha. Porque foi um ano fantástico. O Luiz, a gente veio fazendo trabalho de coach. Ele não tem experiência nenhuma no automobilismo, é a primeira temporada. O progresso foi impressionante, então a gente não esperava ter os resultados que a gente teve na sprint. E não esperava brigar pela vitória, que a gente sabia que podia ser uma corrida sólida, beliscar o pódio de alguma outra categoria, mas ganhar na geral não passou pela nossa cabeça. Então, não tem jeito melhor de fechar o ano, foi uma grande surpresa, mas a equipe trabalhou muito, todo mundo fez um trabalho brilhante, deu tudo certo, as coisas aconteceram da melhor forma pra gente e acabamos encaixando essa vitória aí que foi fantástica. Então, já vai cair a ficha.
Parabéns, Bruno. Luiz, que evolução, hein, cara?
Foi muito bacana. Realmente, como o Bruno disse, hoje a gente decidiu fazer... Eu decidi fazer Endurance para aprender a pilotar, porque eu nunca pilotei antes na vida. Não tinha nenhuma pretensão de nada. Hoje a gente dividiu só em 2 pilotos para treinar. A minha expectativa...
Yeah, we have some issues with the feed from Interlagos, but interesting once more that Bruno Bonifacio and Luis Souza.
A gente tem um monte de coisa. Queria agradecer demais.
The improvement throughout the whole season. Luis Souza didn't have experience in motorsport, as Bruno Bonifacio highlighted. Souza said that he didn't have such a good expectation for the race result itself. Actually, was train his driving abilities, and eventually things happen in their favor, as Bruno Bonifacio highlighted. And of course, he praised Luis Souza's learning curve as well, as now we see one more podium celebration there, I believe the sport class of the Carrera Cup Championship.
Exactly. Beto Grassi, Christian Hamman, Lineu Pires were second overall, and first there's their car, and first in the Carrera Cup sports class. Then Rubens Barrichello and Franco Giaffoni in second. Then Diego Nunes and Peter Ferter in third. William Freire, Francisco Horta in fourth. And then Nicolas Costa, Caetano Di Mauro, and Nelson Monteiro in the fifth position. That was in the Carrera Sport class.
And one more time, we have to talk about these layouts. This light green car, there's no way you cannot see this car in the track, independently if it is day or night, and the layout is very nice and very identifiable, which is the most important for us journalists throughout the broadcast.
Yeah.
And a nice trio. Once more, it's worthy talking about that. Lineu Pires, a regular driver of Porsche Brazil in the sport class of the Carrera Cup. Very fast, not that consistent, but was able to be in this endurance race. Beto Grassi, one of the most experienced Porsche drivers, and also Christian Mod, that has had a race win in an endurance event of Porsche Brazil at Interlagos. So they had strength, and they were able to show this strength throughout the whole race with a very decent result after all, as we saw some highlights of the race. Car number 80, driven by Roman Ginkiewicz and Nelson Piquet Jr., that eventually had to be retired. A lot of retirements throughout this race, and also because of the heat.
Yeah, it was a tough race. It was a true endurance race in its sense. And now we have the podium for the Carrera Cup rookie class. So Felipe, but no, first were actually, let me see here, rookie
Yeah,
class.
no, that's
No, it was
Carrera.
Renan Guerra, Moraes Jr. and Pisani. They were the, no, sorry.
That's Carrera, that's Carrera. Caio Collet there to
That's
the right.
Carrera Cup. It's Caio Collet. Renan Pizzi, Caio Collet, and Edu Guedes. Thank you, Carlos. Renan Pizzi, Caio Collet, and Edu Guedes won the race. Then in second place, we see Bia Figueiredo, Paulo Souza, and Garido Osman. Carlos, the two girls, the two female drivers that were racing, they both got second place. Bia Figueiredo getting second place in the Carrera Cup rookie. Of course, she's not a rookie, but she raced with Paulo Souza, who is a rookie, and Garido Osman. And then in third place, Renan Guerra, Moraes, and Pisani. Then in fourth place, Ricardo Mauricio, Zanon, and Eyman Darwich. And then Andrea Bragantini, Gianluca Bentecoff, and Piero Cifali in the fifth position.
Nice podium with a lot of accomplished drivers. We don't have to talk that much about Caio Collet. We have been praising him throughout the broadcast. Gianluca Petekoff as well, a former single-seater driver, now racing in the stock cars, a FRECA champion a couple of years ago. Ricardo Mauricio, former Red Bull Junior team member. And, of course, Bia Figueiredo, known in the U.S. because of her IndyCar races. So nice to see Bia and Antonella on the podium. The representation is being very well done, to say the least.
And I would say that race in the Carrera Cup rookie class, Carlos, was won by Caio Collet. What a performance by Caio Collet. Yes. He did great work, very nice work. And they end up finishing the race in ninth position overall, which is a very, very
Saiu o batom, tem que passar de novo, Antonella.
Que pena, né? Eu tirei lá ainda, eu limpei.
Tá feliz de ter concluído junto com essa dupla uma prova de endurance?
Tô muito feliz. Minha primeira endurance, tenho muito a agradecer a eles dois pela oportunidade de estar correndo com eles. Eu confesso que eu aprendi mais com o Danilo do que o que eu aprendi sozinho o ano inteiro. Então eu tenho muito a agradecer a eles por me dar essa chance. E agora vamos focar para o ano que vem, né? A última corrida, aproveitei bastante o carro e eu espero ano que vem ter os mesmos resultados que eu obtive esse ano.
Parabéns, Antonella. Danilo Girani, só podia dar bom, né? Célio Brasil, Antonella, pronto, você chegou só para juntar tudo isso.
Tive que representar, Renatinha, porque campeão da Hulk na sprint, campeão da Challenge na sprint, sobrou para mim ainda representar. Mas foi muito legal, bacana o trio, né? Dos piores deu tudo certo, tivemos problemas e deu segundo na geral e foi muito legal, muito bacana.
Celinho não aguenta mais falar comigo, né, Celinho?
Ah, não, tem o maior prazer, quantas vezes precisar. Que venham mais vezes aí.
É porque quando eu apareço é porque venceu, então.
Boa, então, é só notícia boa. Ó, vamos pra cima, tem mais pódio agora.
Vai lá.
Foi bom demais, daqui a pouco a gente fala mais.
É isso. Espero que sim, Luque.
Yeah, we heard there from Célio Brasil, Danilo Girani, and Antonella Bassani. Antonella, of course, praising the amount of things that she learned throughout this endurance race. It was her first in Porsche Brazil. Learned a lot with Danilo Girani, that is the most experienced drivers of the trio. The most experienced driver, of the three of them. He's a driver coach as well, apart from being a truck driver in the Truck Cup of Brazil. He highlighted that Célio Brasil is already a champion in the rookie class of the Sprint Challenge Championship, and Antonella Bassani, obviously the main Sprint Challenge champion in the short races, so he had to represent, and what a good job done by the trio as they now celebrate one more podium in this challenge race of the 500 kilometers of Interlagos.
And this is the challenge sport podium, I believe, Carlos, but pretty much they are all them are from the the rookie class, you know. We had just two drivers in the sport class in the sprint challenge, and they are all in the rookie class, these drivers there.
The change is that...
1, 2, 3, yeah, and there is one that is the Christian Moore, Gerson Campos, and Mariotti, which are the main one.
Yeah, precisely. They don't dispute the lower classes championships.
Yeah.
That's the only difference.
Anyway, the podium for the sport class is the same for the rookie class. Because the top five, like you said, the car that's from the main challenge the main challenge, sprint challenge, doesn't compete in the sport class and in the rookie class. So that's it. These 5 teams, they were top 5, both in the sport class and in the rookie class.
Yeah, that's the difference between the Carrera Championship, the Challenge Championship. In the Challenge Championship, the rookies are also disputing the sport division. In the Carrera Cup, it's all split. So if you are in one class, you dispute your class and the overall championship. But anyway, one more podium celebration. Good for them to prepare themselves for the party that will start shortly. I believe that it will be very good in this Interlagos festival, if you can say so, that Porsche Cup Brasil is organizing.
Once again, see some of the highlights of the race. 35 cars started the race. Quite a few had to abandon it. So I believe 27 cars end up finishing the race, maybe 28. Like Carlos said, we have lots of cars. The first one to leave the race was the Porsche number 8 of Nelson Piquet Jr., who had a great start of the race. Then him and Roman Zinkevich were the first to abandon the race. Then Israel Salman and Martins also. Then Alceu Feldman and Guilherme Salas in the number 1. That's a team we barely saw them. We saw them a little bit. Carlos, Alceu Feldman, Guilherme Salas, even though Alceu Feldman is a veteran in the Porsche Cup races, and Guilherme Salas is a very great driver as well. Well, you see, it's the same podium as we just saw before, different, but slightly different.
The 5th position is different. In the other podium, we had Maxio Mauro and Ramon Alcaraz in the 5th spot. And now we have Bruno Xavier and Luis Landi, because the rookies, they dispute the sport class, but the sport class drivers don't dispute the rookie championship.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
But that's 3 podiums with 1 change per change of podium, if you can say so. Good for Luis Landi and, of course, Bruno Bonifacio, that are celebrating the top spot 3 times.
3 trophies for them.
Exactly. And champagne, a lot of champagne.
They seem to me the happiest there, Carlos. I think it's their 3rd champagne for most of them. So they are ready, the party mode, total party mode, getting ready for the 3 shows that Porsche Cup will present the people who went to see this race after the race. So the night is still starting in Interlagos. There we have lots of things going on still there.
Yeah, and if this champagne is cold, I believe that's one of the most relieving moments after such a hot race, especially inside a car. So cold champagne, they will be shortly removing their overalls, maybe taking a shower before the parties and music shows, because I believe the situation there is quite critical in that matter. We saw Ruben sweating a lot, Nelson Marconi is struggling with the heat. That's part of racing, especially in such a long endurance dispute.
That is the Porsche number 7 commemorating the victory and the title. Number 888 also had lots to celebrate after this race. And that's it. Thank you very much for all that followed us during this 2023 Porsche Cup Brasil season. You all have a nice end of the year and hopefully see you next year. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.